short. I honestly had to pray about introducing Maliha because I wanted to make sure that I said the right words to really describe the woman that she is. I met Maliha 15 years ago, almost 15 years ago. She came in for an interview for a part-time worker at the shelter. And during the interview, she shared some of her story. And honestly, I was a little nervous because I didn't want her to be re-triggered in working with our clients. It was the opposite. She used her experience to inspire her, to inspire others. And Maliha is not just an employee at Women Aware. Maliha is a friend. And I want to thank her so much for her years of service. Over the years, she's been promoted and promoted and promoted. And she truly is one of the most spectacular advocates I have ever met. So, Maliha, I hope that does you justice. And I thank you so much for sharing your story with all of us. I love you, Maliha. Yeah, why not?
I don't know if I should step up here or not, but hey, here we are. Good morning, everyone. I know many of you here today, so thank you for being here in Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And just gonna start, I'm a little nervous. I'm a trainer. Typically, I'm not nervous, but this is a little different, so I hope you all enjoy. My boss asked me, what was the happiest day of my life? I thought, what day would I pick? The day I graduated with my BA from Rutgers University in 2008. The day I graduated with my MSW in 2013. The day I received word from the social work board of my LCSW in 2016, or personally. The day I answered a Facebook message from a boy over 13 years ago who became my husband, and now we have 2 children. The truth is, there have been many moments and days that have been significant in my life because I was fortunate enough to survive my abuse. And as my CEO so eloquently calls me, a triumphant survivor. I am a survivor and a domestic violence advocate, honored to do this work daily. I truly have the best job on the planet. I am humbled daily by these survivors I have had the privilege to work with, who come to us and allow us to be a part of their journey. And it is their journey. We are here to walk with them through the most difficult time in their lives. My colleagues may say I work hard, and I do, because I know what is at stake. As we are here today in honor of Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we are mourning a murder in our county just last month. A mom that will never be able to watch her children grow up. And for me, that is the true tragedy. I would like to ask you to join me in a moment of silence for Rosanna Rodriguez and her family. A moment that I will always remember is when I woke up in a hospital bed, attached to monitors and tubes, and stared into the devastated faces of my loved ones. One of the most misleading aspects of youth is that we think we are invincible. When you have this gift, you think nothing can take it away from you. Time is not fleeting and everything will last forever. While lying in a white room, knowing my survival would depend on a ventilator breathing air into my lungs was difficult for me. This was the instant that changed the course of my life and brought me where I am today. 17 years ago, in my last semester of college with my whole life ahead of me, or so I thought. My norm was hours of lectures followed by hours of work. My family and friends would describe me as driven. I was not seeking out a relationship, much less had time for one, until a coworker told me that about her friend and said we would get along well. After a few weeks of sending messages back and forth, we decided to meet. Being that this would be our first encounter, I opted for a public location. Past experiences and my knowledge of dangers being a woman did not escape me. When we met, I remember thinking he was not my type, but my internal dialogue told me not to be shallow and give him a chance. Gavin de Becker, who wrote The Gift of Fear, would have said it was my survival signal. Our courtship was short-lived when I began seeing his life unravel before my eyes. The man that I originally began to date was not the same as before. He had lost his housing, vehicle, and his job simultaneously. And on one occasion, his cousin gave me a subtle warning of the type of person he truly was and advised me to stay away. With all of these concerns, I was not convinced, and I did not want to leave someone when they were at their worst. What kind of person would do that? I believe judging a person by their circumstances was a character flaw on my part, so I did not just want to end the relationship during his most difficult time. This all changed when his erratic behavior was directed towards me. About a few weeks into our short relationship, he began to put me down, call me names, and undermine my intelligence, which I attributed to his life stressors. It was only when I caught him in his own lies that I began to see him for who he was, but could not imagine that my nightmare would begin subsequently. I did not know that ending a relationship with him would increase danger, but thought he would move on. I did not know that in Jacqueline Campbell's danger assessment, I would have scored a 24, which all of my DV advocates in the room know translates to extreme danger, and I would be advised to take assertive actions. He would harass and stalk me at my job, so I started to park my car in different areas of the mall where I worked. He knew where I worked, so he had easy access to me. Weeks prior, my store manager pulled me aside, and she gave me the Women Aware hotline number, urging me to call as they had helped her with her ex-boyfriend, or her ex-husband. I did not call. I tried to remedy the situation by meeting him alone. After his insistence of coming to my home and confronting me in front of my family. I recall being fearful for two reasons. My family would be in danger and my parents would learn of my relationship with him, which they were unaware of. He knew that me being a Pakistani immigrant, dating was not permitted in my culture and used it against me. This meeting with him, my sister would describe as the worst day of her life because she was the sole person I told and swore her to secrecy. When we met, I thought I had everything under control, because you always think you have everything under control. And I could talk him into leaving me alone. But that day, I got the glimpse of the dangerous man he was. I picked him up and we went to the park, we argued, and he threatened to kill me. When I dared to ask how, he told me he would do it with a gun. When driving him back to his grandmother's house, he threatened me with a pair of scissors I had brought as protection against him, pointing the scissors to my jugular vein and saying, if he stabbed me there, I would bleed out, causing a car accident, and we both would be dead. He also grabbed my phone and broke it in half. While exiting the vehicle, he stole my wallet later saying that would ensure he would see me again. I remember being in an utter state of shock when my sister saw me, and I was forced to tell my father the extent of the issues, of which he was very supportive. My sister and I went to the local police station where we lived to report the incident, and I was completely deflated by the events of the day. My best friend called the police station that same time to inform them that he had a gun because she was so concerned for my safety. In my fog, I vaguely remember the officer offering me a restraining order and told me I would have to go to the town where the incident had occurred to file a report for the stolen wallet. I was so worried about his reaction and if it would affect him from leaving for the Marine Corps boot camp because I needed him gone. I needed him away from me. I declined to take any further steps and was not encouraged to do anything further. On September 7, 2007, my life took a tragic detour and forced me to take a second look. My manager at the time told me he had come into the store the evening before with two females looking for me. I remember hearing this news and texting my same friend that he would not stop until I was in the hospital. That night, he came into my place of work with two male friends in Menlo Park Mall, saw me, and without a word, shot me in the face at point blank range. I remember screaming and pleading for my life. Everything felt like it happened in slow motion. I remember falling to the ground and looked down on my right forearm, which you can still see here, which was gushing with red, sticky blood, but I did not realize my face was hit. I got up, headed for the door, after witnessing him turn the gun on himself and take his life before my eyes. His two friends fled the scene with the weapon, but they were never charged. After what seemed like months of stalking and harassment, he had made the choice to take my life and his thereafter. I was able to run out of the store, and shortly after, a surgeon, his wife, a nurse, both trauma professionals, stayed by my side until the ambulance arrived. I have never been able to locate these two people and thank them for saving my life. Sometimes I think they weren't real, as the police had no record of them, my guardian angels. The ride in the ambulance with my face swelling up, restricting my airway, I begged the paramedic not to let me die. I remember being in panic that at 22 years old, my life was going to end. However, my abuser was unsuccessful in his efforts, leaving me alive to deal with the consequences of his actions. I was subjected to the devastating elements of life, and instead of this destroying me, I used it to grow and become a stronger person. As a survivor of dating and gun violence, my perspective on life has altered in a drastic way. The after effects of this tragedy were immense and years of reconstructive surgeries. But because of the doctors, nurses, and therapists, I've made a full recovery. During this difficult time, I began to reevaluate my place in the world, wondering what career could facilitate my passion for healing. I can say with complete conviction that being in the field of domestic violence as an advocate is that. And if it was not for what happened to me, who knows where life would have led me. I reached this conclusion when I began thinking of fields in which I could work with women who experience dating or domestic violence, and realized that would be a perfect fit, my calling, in other words. I wanted to turn my negative experience into something positive and use what I've learned to reach out and help others in similar situations. I have a deep personal understanding, born of my own experiences, of the patience and empathy it takes to work in the field as an advocate. There are individuals struggling with similar, if not worse, situations every day. Those who are living in constant fear and feel they are beyond assistance. Many of them are trapped in relationships financially or bound by familial ties and responsibilities and think it's impossible to escape. To the people that feel they are beyond help, this is a great concern of mine. And my goal is to continue to assist these families and provide them with a safer environment. One thing that strikes me as a common thread in many domestic violence cases is the lack of support a victim has due to isolation or complete control. In my case, while being harassed and stalked by my ex-boyfriend, I had a supportive group of people who I could turn to. What I know now is that a coordinated community response like our Family Justice Center could have provided me with resources, safety planning, and support of a domestic violence advocate to help me navigate these systems. Family Justice Centers increase safety for victims and children, reduce domestic violence homicides, and reduce recidivism among offenders. What I did not know was his history of being a domestic violence perpetrator. After my incident, his ex-girlfriend reported to the Star Ledger that he was a ticking time bomb. And it was just a matter of time before he did something like this. She described that he would threaten and have physically assaulted her. She shared that he confided in her that he served 2 years in juvenile detention for choking his then girlfriends with an electrical cord. Now, understanding the severity of strangulation, thanks to the Alliance for Hope International, who is here today to present to you, in the words of Casey and Gail, stranglers are the most dangerous men on the planet. Many professionals continue to miss this truth. The majority of mass shooters, cop killers, domestic terrorists, and domestic violence killers in this country have two things in common: a history of childhood trauma and a prior history of strangulation assault against women before they kill women or others. This quote shook me to my core because my abuser's history of childhood trauma and strangulation put me at greater risk for lethality. Instead, I am here this morning thanks to the prayers of my mother and father, having survived, and making it my life's mission to serve as survivors in Middlesex County. I am living proof. I am your mother. I am your sister. I am your daughter. I am the person who could have knocked on your door for help. I am the person who goes to the police station to report their abuse, risking they will not be believed or even blamed for the abuse. I am the 1 in 3 women who will experience dating violence in their lifetime. And I am a triumphant survivor that was able to take my power back and thrive in the same community I almost died in. My life's work is to create safer pathways for survivors in our community where there are 5,000 reported assaults annually. That translates to 13 daily. 13 daily as we're here today at a domestic violence conference. Someone is getting assaulted in our county. And I am aware that domestic violence is grossly underreported. I am committed to creating better collaboration and trauma-informed systems that hold perpetrators accountable with a better response in Middlesex County. We cannot be numb, tired, and complacent to abuse. And instead, we must be the village and bridge for survivors in our community. I am now the Director of Client Services at Women Aware, a leading advocate in the field of domestic violence, and I've had the privilege and honor to work with thousands of survivors of domestic violence. In our county, we have seen an increased rate of domestic violence-related homicides. And although we are not responsible for the murders, we must be part of the solution in saving lives. It's time for policy and action to match thoughts and prayers. Women Aware is committed to helping individuals experiencing violence move beyond abuse and leading the Family Justice Center initiative to collaborate with our community partners to serve survivors. Reflecting back on not only my boss, but my mentor's question of what was the happiest day of my life, it is every day I help break cycles of abuse. Thank you.
I don't know if I can talk. So Moshe, thank you. Thank you for sharing that story. It's incredible. And I love you, Malia. And I work every day with Malia and she inspires me and she's just wonderful. And I'm Milda Torres. I'm the director of the Family Justice Center. This morning, it is my honor to introduce a brief video message from Attorney General Matthew Platkin. AG Platkin is a true ally in advocating for and taking action on behalf of victim survivors of domestic violence, especially victims of non-fatal strangulation.
And welcome to day 2 of the Middlesex County Domestic Violence Conference. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be with you in person today, but I wanted to take this opportunity to thank each of you for the important work being done across New Jersey to help reduce instances of domestic violence and to support our survivors. Thank you to Women Aware and the Middlesex County Family Justice Center for bringing advocates, law enforcement, and community leaders together to learn from one another and to share new ideas. Today, you will hear from 2 amazing members of my team. acting both of them for their continued commitment to the people of New Jersey and to this effort to end cycles of abuse and to save lives. In August of 2023, I issued a law enforcement directive establishing the framework for a new response team. The Breathing Blood Flow Restriction Event Advocacy, Treatment, Help, and Empowerment Team, better known as BREATHE, was formed to respond to crimes of non-fatal strangulation and smothering. Under that directive, county prosecutors must develop and implement procedures to refer victims of non-fatal strangulation or non-fatal smothering for a forensic medical examination. This effort was similar to some of the procedures already in place in several of our counties, which established strangulation and smothering response teams. The teams include a qualified forensic nurse examiner, someone who can conduct a forensic medical exam, a law enforcement officer, and a victim advocate. Our goal is to help ensure better emergency care for victims and to improve the quality of forensic evidence and information collected as we prosecute the offenders. The BREATHE teams are part of our victim-centered approach designed to prioritize a victim's health and well-being while also reducing the possibilities of adding to the trauma that they have already endured as they go through the criminal justice process. We are focused on how best to support survivors and victims who are already dealing with the trauma and aftermath of an assault. And that victim-centered approach must always be our focus. Together, we can continue to refine how we support victims and improve how we respond to domestic violence in our communities. Thanks to each and every one of you for what you do every day for our state.
We are fortunate to have with us this morning someone whose extensive experience and critical role in law enforcement in Middlesex County make her a valued ally. Her office is an essential partner in the county's coordinated community response to victim survivors of domestic violence. Please welcome Middlesex County Prosecutor Yolanda Ciccone. Honorable.
Thank you, Mildred. Thank you, Women Aware, as well as the Family Justice Center. In the theater, when there's a showstopper, it's called the 11 o'clock number. And it was really hard to follow that 11 o'clock number of our first speaker. Thank you so much. What insight. I want to just bring to you a little bit of the history of the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office and the Middlesex County government about how we have interacted with victims of sexual violence and domestic violence. In the early 70s, a doctor by the name of William Ainsley, who was an obstetrician and gynecologist, took it upon himself to create the Rape Crisis Center in Middlesex County, the first in New Jersey. And it was to deal with victims of sexual violence in a way that was private, respectful, and one that could be done with as much privacy as possible. And it was established in what formerly was a tuberculosis hospital known as Roosevelt Hospital. That hospital still stands in Roosevelt Park in Edison, New Jersey. It is now a residence. It's been converted to a residence, but it was a hospital for tubercular patients. And from that small area, Dr. Ainsley started the Rape Crisis Center. And as things evolved in the statutes and in society in the 70s, recognizing victims of sexual violence and domestic violence, our society began in New Jersey to react in ways that was very respectful to those victims. From the Rape Crisis Center then was the creation of a sexual or special victims unit in the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office. In the early 80s, 81, a new code of criminal justice came into being in the state of New Jersey. New definitions of about sexual violence, about sexual contact, about the age of consent, all evolved to establish a new standard, a better standard, a more respectful standard. We had one of the first rape crisis statutes that recognize that victims of sexual violence, their names should not appear in the newspaper and their names should not be publicized. Think about it, 1981. And in many states, women do not have those protections, or any victim of sexual violence does not have that protection. Also in 1981, New Jersey established the first Prevention of Domestic Violence Act, which gave victims of domestic violence new rights to get and argue for restraining orders. I was tasked with the enviable job of going to every local police department and teaching local police about the new statute and what their responsibilities were. Because until that time, those of you who might remember, you basically, if there was a domestic violence incident, the offender was walked around the block and then sent home. And we had then violence just escalated from there. And while I can't tell you that it was widely received with enthusiasm by the local police departments, as they began to see that judges were making decisions that they were formally tasked with, and that they could, in essence, get a cooling off period, allow someone to go to the hospital, allow someone to talk to a judge. All those things really began to have law enforcement understand and support the prevention of domestic violence as we began to evolve. And from that first statute, myself and retired Judge Marina Corodimus, we wrote the first handbook for victims. And the statute has undergone many, many changes, but again, always to reflect our society, always to make the law accessible to everyone that wanted those types of relief. And today we have one of the most expansive statutes in the entire country, and I'm very, very proud of that. And that is because of the advocacy of the people in this room. The newest thing, as the Attorney General just said, was the recognition of the strangulation response teams. We began one in Middlesex County in January of 2022. I don't want to steal the thunder of those members from the Attorney General's office who will explain more in detail the SORT teams, but let me just go very quickly over it. Modeled after the SART, the BREATHE teams uses a multidisciplinary approach to assist victims of non-fatal strangulation or smothering. The team is comprised of a forensic nurse examiner, a law enforcement officer, and a domestic violence advocate. And in October, the team began working with high-risk advocates from Women Aware who respond to the person for services. A victim who is strangled in a domestic violence incident becomes 750% more likely to be a victim of a homicide at the hands of the abuser. It is estimated that about 30% of strangulation victims have visible external injuries, and that of 50% have even less injuries that are easily captured in photography. That's why the medical forensic exam performed by the forensic nurses and the BREATHE team is important. With extensive training and injury identification, documentation, forensic photography, these exams are imperative for both the health of the victim and the case for prosecution. And the Middlesex County Family Court has developed a special portal where those types of examinations, photographs, and all the extrinsic evidence that is needed to prove those cases can be presented to a judge immediately. I have to thank everyone here for their advocacy, for joining with law enforcement every single day for the support of our victims. I'd like to also thank our Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, victim witness advocates, especially our CERT nurse who is here today, Nicole Fusco, who you will hear later from. Thank you so much.
At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce two representatives from the Attorney General's Office, Acting Mercer County Prosecutor Teresa Hilton and Executive Director of the Division of Violence Intervention and Victims Assistant, Patricia Teffenhart.
Good morning. As Mildred said, my name is Patricia Teffenhart, and I have the privilege of serving as the inaugural Executive Director for the Department of Law and Public Safety's Division of Violence Intervention and Victim Assistance, or VIVA. As you all know, in state government, we really like long names that you could turn into cool acronyms. So I'm learning as I go. Created by Attorney General Placken through an administrative directive issued in September of 2022, VIVA works across the Department of Law and Public Safety to help expand and institutionalize New Jersey's trauma-informed, survivor-centered approach to public safety. And I'm particularly thrilled to be here with you today because a little over a decade ago, I had the privilege of working at Women Aware. I had the privilege of working with Mildred, Maliha, Maria, Phyllis. I saw firsthand the way Women Aware transformed the lives of the survivors who trusted them through legal advocacy, counseling, DVRT, Safe House, Hotline. I was even there when Phyllis took the brave move of purchasing and going through the laborious process of transforming New Jersey's first permanent supportive housing institute for survivors of domestic violence. I remember walking through the building and Phyllis had a grand plan for what it was going to look like. Anyone who's worked with Phyllis knows that she's really good at that. She could take something that's almost a blank slate and turn it into something incredible. And honestly, Women Aware's commitment to transforming lives is evident in policies and practices like that. I also want to say it's pretty impressive that so many people on this team are still here. The rates of staff attrition in the domestic violence movement are incredibly high, as you all know. These are hard jobs. The vicarious trauma to which you're all subjected day in and day out leads many people to do this incredible work and then move on to something that doesn't complicate your lives so much. There's something really special about the bond you all here on staff have with each other, the commitment you have to survivors. It transforms Middlesex County for sure. And I hope that through conferences like this, it could create a ripple effect and create other opportunities for other organizations throughout the state to figure out what magic it is that you've all created, that so many of you are still here after so long. And it's a real testament to your commitment. So I want to give you all a round of applause. And the really exciting thing is that in my division, in VIVA, many of the people on my staff also have experiences working at the local level. They've worked in Warren County, Middlesex County, Rutgers, VPVA. They've worked all over the state doing a lot of the work that the staff at Women Aware does. And we use those experiences to inform the work that we now get to do at the statewide level. And this isn't by coincidence. Attorney General Placken created VIVA with the intention to have survivor advocates inform the policies and practice used to expand pathways to justice and healing throughout the state. And as such, over the last 18 months, the Attorney General has extended the amount of time New Jersey retains specimens collected in sexual assault forensic exams from 5 years to 20 years, affording survivors more time to make decisions about pursuing criminal justice, removed all opportunities for prosecutorial discretion by mandating that all sexual assault kits submitted to law enforcement be sent to the lab for analysis, announced New Jersey's participation in the multi-state Preventing and Assessing Intimate Partner Homicide Risk, or PAIR study, which seeks to understand the risk of intimate partner violence, intimate partner homicide, and how to understand the intersection between gun ownership and history of IPV. And as the AG mentioned in his video, and as the prosecutor mentioned, creating multidisciplinary breathe teams that my colleague Teresa will talk a little bit more about. And each of these policies were a result of a collaboration between us, our two divisions, VIVA and the Division of Criminal Justice. Because you all know, the reality is that domestic violence accounts for a significant portion of law enforcement responses in New Jersey. A review of the 2020 New Jersey State Police Statistical Summary presents a sobering reality. 63,058 reports of domestic violence to law enforcement in New Jersey alone in just that year. Of those reports, law enforcement indicated children were actively involved or present during nearly 15,000 of those incidents, which amounts to about 24%. There were nearly 13,000 DV incidents committed by an individual who had previously been bound by the restrictions of a domestic violence restraining order, and there were 29 domestic violence homicides. By working together, DCJ and Viva are breaking down barriers for survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, child abuse, and gun violence to ensure that any pathway a survivor chooses is one that is trauma-informed and survivor-centered. And in light of our partnership with DCJ, I'm joined here today by my dear colleague, Teresa Hilton, who will take the stage next. But again, I just want to thank you all for the work that you do every day. It's an honor to have been a part of this in some small capacity over the years, and I'm thrilled to see all of you still here.
Good morning. My name's Teresa Hilton. I am currently the acting prosecutor in Mercer County, but I'm doing double duty as a deputy director with the Division of Criminal Justice, which is where I will eventually go back to. I was hired by the Attorney General a little bit more than 2 years ago to help the Division of Criminal Justice do exactly what Patricia just talked about. His goal was to do more in New Jersey to serve survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. So to all of the initiatives that Patricia just listed, those were a result of our partnership as well as our work with different members of law enforcement, advocacy organizations, basically all of you. Now, one of the first things that he set as a goal when we came into these positions was to create Breathe Teams statewide. And I have to give a shout out to Middlesex County because this county was actually ahead of the curve. They were responding to non-fatal strangulation cases before the directive was issued. Their first assistant prosecutor has been, I don't think he knows, but individually reported to me as being one of the best prosecutors to work with by other victim advocacy organizations because he's so accessible and because he is so helpful in getting the materials they need when they're trying to advocate for a survivor. So before I joined the Division of Criminal Justice, I was actually the supervisor of a domestic violence unit in Union County, one of the I think we're adjoining, aren't we? I need a map to know for sure, but I'm pretty sure our boundaries touch. And at the time, I counted the cases coming in because we were looking at resources, and nearly 50% of the cases coming into the Union County Prosecutor's Office were domestic violence. That's astounding. And we had hundreds of strangulation cases. And I know, really, because I went through, no, I think Gail left, but back in my prior life, I was a JAG in the Air Force and they sent me to trainings all over the place. And so back in 2010, I went to a training on strangulation and that's significance in the domestic violence context. So when I came into the Union County Prosecutor's Office DV unit, we put extra emphasis on strangulation cases, even before the law changed to make it a second-degree aggravated assault. And frankly, even before it became a third-degree specified crime, which I believe was like 2017. So what we know, and you'll probably hear more detail on these statistics because they came out of the work that you're about to hear from. We know that strangulation is one of the most significant indicators of future lethality and intimate partner violence of anything that we can document. 750% more likely to be killed. And that statistic is significantly higher if the perpetrator has access to a firearm. It's 1,100 more times more likely to be killed by that abuser. So in recognition of this, trying to serve New Jersey's survivors better, the Breathe teams were mandated across the state. Middlesex, you were already there, but now it's everywhere. And what it consists of is three members of what amounts to a team. We have a forensic nurse, and here is led by Nicole Fusco, who is one of the best in the state. And I can say that from a statewide position. I also know that her program is one of the busiest in the state, which is a testament to how well that they are serving survivors in this county. So, and then, so you've got them doing the forensic exam. The forensic exam does collect evidence that would otherwise likely be lost, because most patrol officers responding to a domestic violence incident are not going to have the years of training, experience, and education to recognize all of the signs and symptoms of strangulation, which are often not visible. Another statistic that I'm sorry to take the wind out of somebody's sails is probably gonna, one of the statistics is about approximately 50% of strangulation survivors have no visible signs of injury. 60% have no visible signs of injury that can be documented in photographs. That's changing as photography technology gets better and as forensic nurses are the ones documenting it. But still, that's astounding. That means you really have to know all the other indicators of strangulation, because you're not going to see a sign of it. And I wish I had the forensic nurse that I work with all the time, but she could tell you about it. I mean, honestly, you can die and have no visible signs of injury. There can be a dead body who was strangled to death, and you're not going to know from looking at it, at the body. Like, that's scary, right? Because you want to make sure you can hold those people accountable. So that's a very long way to get to the point that forensic nurses help us document those injuries so we can make those cases. They also serve the dual function of screening those victims for lethal injuries that some doctors aren't even informed about. I mean, I won't go into the detail. I'll save that. But we're better serving survivors, not only because we're holding offenders accountable, but because they're getting critical life-saving care that they weren't getting before. Then the other two parts of it, of course, is law enforcement, who helps document everything else and protect all of the members of that team when they're going to the hospital to get that exam. And then the third member, of course, is represented here by Women Aware, who has probably one of the most proactive programs in the state as well, where they have actual advocates responding to the hospitals with the nurses. That's something that's getting built statewide, because this is resource intensive. And as I mentioned, these are very prevalent cases. But that's incredible. I mean, not only are you keeping people on your team, but you're leading the state in terms of being able to serve survivors. So that's what the Breathe teams look like. It's been in place for about a year. They're just getting better. As word gets out, we're serving more victims. So thank you guys for all you do, because you're the ones who are getting this done and getting the message out. And, you know, keep communicating with us so we can do more, because that's the goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to take a brief 10-minute break, so please go outside, get some fresh air. There's a room that you can explore that highlights the work we do at the Family Justice Center, and we're going to regroup back here in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, that's what yeah, and if not, we'll be offered like also some great space here. Thanks for that. Yes. So it's like, what's the perfect, like, you think of some people. It's impossible because I'm 30.
I know. Oh, okay, okay. But you know, so I'm gonna pick my boss. Yeah. Look at you now. Look at you Very populated. You might want to come back. I don't know if the other one. Thank you for saying that. Just because the Jersey State occupation. No, we didn't do it. State right, so maybe they're not on this year. Yes. So we need Oh, that's like the Fluid coalition and the FTC. Really, I don't know. We're trying to say a state, we need you guys, that's really like something that is state one. I want to make sure, you know. Oh, you were. Yeah. And most really the irritations. It's so great and like. Yeah. So we did. More and I'm like, okay. And I'm like, okay, there's one next year. Let's be straight. Funding. So it was very important. So a lot of offers, they can something more about force. That is gonna be. It's. That's yours. It's good, can you?
They have it all set up.
Yes. Yes. How far does that go? Are you gonna be speaking at the podium? Well, at first I was gonna move around. I'm sensitive to the fact that I can listen in here. I'm also sensitive to the fact that. Yeah. Seeing if it doesn't fall. So it's why I'm conscientious. I can't just stand in the middle right here. We'll capture from like a podium to we're about. Yeah.
Okay.
How's that? So we gotta stay right back. Yeah. I can see it from here, like it's.
It's on I have it on my device, which is right here. So,
Say it again?
I have one. If you hold up onto the side device, so it's the clicker. I guess I could put the clicker here because it'd be closer to you. Let me try that. Yeah. It's just like, wow.
Yeah.
I told you why I have
Yeah.
that. So it's like,
So I know like Rosie's development inside it.
but I don't
Finish up now.
Yes.
That should work.
Yeah. Am I going the wrong way, maybe? Now, all of these on, or do I need to stand over there? Or do I need to put the?
That lapels.
Yeah, the lapels.
Okay, I think, chill with us, that I don't want you to not feel attended appropriately. Okay, so if I neglect to do it. You have not neglected.
This is the power button, I'm assuming.
That's the green, and then we have 3 mics that are going to be in the audience. All right, thank you. People have questions.
Okay. Got it.
So do you want to take questions along the way?
I'm happy.
Where are the mics?
I like that.
So this one. Here we go. Are you going to be discussing this?
Yeah, that's. Because I want to make sure that.
Yeah. Okay. So we're good.
Or I could just Make sure it can stay here, like it's still seeing. So the question is, do I just stand here and then not use this? Okay, so then maybe we'll just stay here. Okay. Yeah, make sure you're able to see it, then. Just gotta make sure you don't go any farther. Right here. Gotta use this as your marker.
Yeah.
No, the lapel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Push the middle button.
There you go. Now it. And then.
Yeah, but if you move around, I mean, just stick here. Okay, I'll just use this. I gonna sit over there. Ready? Ready, Freddie? Oh, we're 10:05. Okay, should we start or is it? Everybody's like waiting. I guess I should like stand up. I'm a short person. All right. Well, hello. I have to tell you, I already have a full heart. If Casey Gwynn were here, he'd probably say, given this morning, we can just end right now and close in prayer because, oh my gosh, so many wonderful things are happening. I am so honored to be here. My name is Gail Strack. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Alliance for Hope International. And who can say no to Phyllis? Who can say no to Maria? Who can say no to Mildred? And who can say no to Maliha? Maliha, thank you for sharing your heart. Thank you for sharing your courage. It is so inspiring. And I think I want to be your campaign manager for Maliha for mayor. Don't you think Maliha should be the mayor? I mean, as I saw you up there, I was just like so proud of you and your journey. And it is an inspiration for everyone. And it was so inspiring for me to hear the story. And I also want to acknowledge there is something about Phyllis that she has this amazing team that has worked so well together so long. And when I see that happen, which is rare, you have to acknowledge the leader because you give people space, you give people love, you give people everything that you've learned to mentor them to be the next generation of leaders. And you don't see that in many jurisdictions, many organizations, or many nonprofits. So thank you, Phyllis, for giving your team the opportunity to grow. So we have about 4 days worth of materials that we have shrunk down to 4 hours. We don't know if we can do it. We're certainly going to try because once you start doing this work and you continue to learn and you continue to learn, we are continuing to learn and there's so much information to share. So I'm going to jump right in and I'm just going to say, let's buckle up for safety. And for the folks who are on Zoom, thank you for joining us. We are pretty much at a full house, almost standing room only here, but thank you for taking strangulation, non-fatal strangulation seriously. This is my passion. This is my obsession. And the reason I'm obsessed with it is for many reasons. But before I get to why we are all here, and because I believe strangulation is a calling card of a killer. And Maliha laid it out, and so did every speaker that came afterwards. But before we go into a very dark, deep subject, but it's a subject that where you can save lives, I want to introduce you to my grandchildren. Because I'm a grandmother now, and it's like the best thing ever. I love my children, and I love my grandchildren. I also love my husband too, so I can't forget about him. We've been married now 40 years and I still like him. It's pretty cool. Like Maliha, when you get one of those lucky ones, good ones, you got to keep them. But one of the things I want to share with all of us, because it's also a reminder to me, is that when we all went through COVID, COVID changed the world. But it made me acknowledge a couple of things. One, that isolation that I felt made me realize the isolation that victims of domestic violence feel each and every day. So it was during that time that our organization jumped in to the deep end on virtual training and trying to figure out how can we all stay connected? How can we give support? How can we still reach out to survivors? And in that period of time, I was with my grandchildren. We couldn't even in San Diego go to the beach. So we had to come up with creative ways to engage. And one of the things that I began to appreciate grandkids or kids about is I was sharing this with Phyllis. Kids don't multitask. They jump in, they focus, they pay attention, and they have as much fun as they possibly can. And so that's my wish for you for the rest of the day, is to jump in, pull out that kid-like spirit, resist the temptation of multitasking, because each and every time that I get to go to training, provide training, I learn something new. And Joe knows this. Every time we go to training, I'm looking for my next best friend. And then the way I say that is that there is someone very special here, and I see a lot of special people here, that you have a lot to offer. And I want to encourage you to share that expertise, that passion that you have with others in this room. So we're always looking for that next person who has this secret best practice that really needs to be shared with other people. So now what I want to do is tell you why I've become so passionate and obsessed with strangulation. It was not something that I, as a little girl, decided, one day I want to be an expert in strangulation. When I did grow up is I wanted to be very much like my mother, who, in some ways I'm realizing I'm turning into my mother. Yesterday I was wearing leopard because she's Panamanian. I'm also part Puerto Rican, part Cuban. I'm turning into my mother. And she would wear leopard, and she was just an amazing woman who would always go out of her way to help others. She would go to Tijuana with bags of clothes and food, and she'd do it sometimes on her own to try to help others. So I think that today I kind of acknowledge all of that hopefully we all get inspired by the people who inspire us. But I'll fast forward. So here I am now. I'm a prosecutor at the San Diego City Attorney's Office. Casey Gwynn, who started our domestic violence unit, a nationally recognized unit. The focus that he started was evidence-based prosecution. At that time, we realized that our domestic violence homicide rate was huge. We were averaging 35 domestic violence homicides each and every year. And one of the reasons is because we did not treat strangulation, domestic violence cases seriously. When victims recanted or minimized, the protocol was you would plead the case down or you would dismiss it. And so case after case after case was dismissed. And if you dismiss very dangerous cases, guess what's going to happen? It's going to continue. And ultimately, it was Casey Gwynn who started evidence-based prosecution. And at that time, I was a public defender. And as a public defender, I said to Casey, or I said to my public defender friends, I go, I don't know who Casey Gwynn is, but we need to take him down. Because who does he think he is to start this new evidence-based prosecution? Because as a public defender, he's going to ruin all my statistics. So we decided to do that. We set every single domestic violence case for trial. And ultimately, it was my turn to go to trial with Casey Gwynn. And when I walked in that door, it kind of reminded me today, because it almost seems like a courtroom here. He stood up, he said hello. The poor guy, I had an impression. One, he looked tired, and two, he seemed short. So I think between tired and short, I go, this is going to be an easy case. But when the judge called the case, the guy blew up like a blowfish. He went like from being normal to being like this superhuman person. And I don't remember eating or sleeping that entire week. But at the end of the week, he won the case and I lost, and I just hated him. And then he came up to me afterwards and he said, Gail, you're kind of feisty. I think you really should think about being a prosecutor. Come join me. Help me fight this fight. And at that time, I looked at him and I go, too soon, dude, because right now I hate you. But you know, things happen to you in your life that you have to process. And as I was processing that, I said, oh my gosh, this is the first time I ever saw anyone in that career of mine, it was only about a year, that had passion. And I said, that's the reason why I became an attorney, is because I want to have passion. I want to be able to fight for others who didn't have a voice at that time. And ultimately, I did switch sides. And when we did, we made a promise to ourselves. We said, we're going to stick together and we're going to outlive our enemies. Because at that time, Phyllis, you might know, there was a tremendous amount of resistance about anything and everything that you did related to domestic violence. But that began the journey of 35 domestic violence homicides, and it was our domestic violence and sexual assault in the community that challenged Casey to do things differently. And I'm happy to report that if you continue this journey, you too will see the success of collaboration, coordination, and co-location of family justice centers. I just got our homicide rate for the city and county of San Diego. In the city of San Diego, we went from 35 to 1 last year. Think about that. And that's in a population of 1.4 million. Now, the entire county, it was a total of 5 with 3.4 million people. And so as I was talking to Tracy, the medical examiner, and others, and they attributed that success to the Family Justice Center and focusing on strangulation. So as I'm here today and hearing about and learning about everything that you have done, I just want you to take 1 second and clap for yourself. Celebrate today the success that you've already done. We don't do that enough. We really don't. Okay, so these 2 teenagers are the reasons why I got involved in strangulation. So Casey now is our elected city attorney. He puts me in charge of the domestic violence unit. I make a secret promise to myself. No one is going to die under my watch. We're going to have the best unit, the best trained unit, highly motivated, passionate people. And only if you're passionate will you come into our unit. And we had a fantastic unit. They inspired us each and every day. But as you know, we've got dangerous people out there. So we got to about March of that year before the sergeant from the police department called me. And she said, Gail, despite our wish that we were going to be the largest city with the lowest domestic violence homicide rate, in fact, we wanted 0, and we still do. She goes, we just got our first DV homicide. And that involved Cassandra Stewart, who was 17 years old, a young mother at the time. And then when you get those phone calls, you almost like stop breathing. And as I was asking about the history of domestic violence and where that case was, she told me that before Cassandra was stabbed to death in front of her girlfriends 2 weeks prior, she had called the police to report that her ex-boyfriend had just choked her. And I took another deep breath. And then I said, was there a history of domestic violence besides that? And she said, no, that's the only documented one that we had. And then I asked the next question. I go, where is that case? She goes, well, we canceled it out because of your protocol. And then at that moment, you probably know what I said, like, oh shit, how did we miss this? And she goes, well, Gail, you said, and Casey has said that you'll prosecute any domestic violence case with or without the victim's participation provided you have some form of an independent corroboration. Well, guess what? When the police responded, the victim started to recant. She started to minimize. She was terrified of what he might do if she ever reported to the police, because he had threatened her over and over and over again what would happen if she ever called the police. But because there was no visible injury after she was choked, we canceled the case and never submitted it to you. And it was that moment that I realized, holy cow, we failed Cassandra, because when she calls, or any victim calls, we can do better. So we decided that day we were going to have an informal death review. We're going to figure out, what did we miss? What do we need to fix this? But before we could sit down and have that meeting, Sergeant Ann Odell called me again. She goes, Gail, we just had our second domestic violence homicide of the year, and that was Tamara Smith, 16 years old, also a young mother at the time, also a long history of domestic violence. She was strangled to death, and then her body was set on fire, and then she was thrown off and left on a dirt road for her mother to find her. And I just, like, again, stopped breathing. I go, how could this happen in a city that cares so much? Because we had a domestic violence council, we had protocols, we had trained judges in DV courts, we had a specialized unit at the city attorney's office, the district attorney's office, the probation department, CPS, all through the county. Our champions, our leaders prioritize domestic violence cases. And now we had our second domestic violence homicide. And then I asked a question, what about the history of domestic violence? And she said, Gail, Tamara, 1 month ago, called the police too and said that her ex-boyfriend had just choked her. Because he was gone on arrival, the officers could not make an arrest. So we were going for an arrest warrant. But by the time it got to our office, she was already dead. So those two teenagers had a profound impact on my life, because I kept wondering, well, what is it that we missed? Because it's time to fix it. And as I threw myself in, I realized we didn't understand anything about choking cases. That's what we used to call it. In fact, when I went back to my protocol, we were treating in San Diego strangulation cases as if somebody had been slapped in their face. Because if you get slapped, you might have redness only. Rarely do you have a photograph that you can take of that injury to prosecute, and you need to have, and I realized that our entire system was built on visible injuries. You needed to have a visible injury to arrest. You needed to have a visible injury to prosecute. And then we discovered that in domestic violence strangulation cases, many of our victims have no visible injuries. Most of the injuries are going to be internal. And now we had to turn our entire system upside down to realize that not every injury is visible. And we had to figure out, how do you identify? How do you investigate? How do you even prosecute strangulation cases without a single injury? And that was our journey, and it's still our journey today. And that's what we're going to be sharing with you as quickly as we possibly can, because we've learned a lot. Today, I'm very lucky to have someone who we recruited to work at the Alliance, because one of the things that ended up happening in that journey is that when I just did the research, I found no articles, no training, not even one single article related to how do you prosecute strangulation cases. So I had to jump into our file room and conduct our own study. And ultimately that study shared, and we learned a lot, and it got published in the Journal of Emergency Medicine. But one thing, and Joe knows this, that I regret to this day, I took out the children who were strangled and I set them aside. I said, for now, I want to focus on Cassandra and Tamara and not let those two teenagers die in vain. And we'll come back to the children. But that was a mistake, and we're making up for that mistake now, because we're focusing much more on the children who are strangled. Because you know the truth. The truth is, if mom is being strangled, so are those kids. And if the kids are being strangled, those animals are in danger. And if grandma lives there or grandpa, they're in danger too. Anybody who's in that household with a high-risk, dangerous individual is at risk for being killed. So I want to introduce to you now Joe Bianco, who is part of our team, retired San Diego detective. Joe, you should probably be up here. So I'll ask Joe to share his story, how he got involved in strangulation cases.
Yeah, so I'll jump up there. I will come out right now as a reformed New Yorker. I am from Brooklyn. I am from Brooklyn, and I started with the NYPD. After about 3.5 years, I was like, there's somebody better, somewhere better on the map. And I went to San Diego. So I was in San Diego for 13 years or so. I spent 6 of those years in the domestic violence and child abuse unit attached to the Family Justice Center, working domestic violence cases, where I met Gail Strack because I had to go take her strangulation training. That was 4 friggin' days. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I don't want to do this. But I went, and so just a warning I give to everybody is that Gail is like a vortex, like a black hole, and you'll get sucked up in her vortex. And the next thing you know, you're training with her in Dover, Delaware, you know. And the next thing I know, I looked up and I was in Delaware. I don't know. But anyway, that's how I ended up becoming, I was a non-fatal strangulation expert in courts. I was testifying all the time. I started working with her all the time. And in 2021, I left law enforcement and I wanted to come back to the East Coast. Growing up, I always looked at New Jersey as like Jersey is trash. I took a peek at Brooklyn and I was like, actually, Brooklyn is trash. And the 201 looks magical. So I live in New Jersey now. I'm in Bergen County. So I'm very happy to just nobody's ever happy to get on 17 or 95 and go anywhere, but it was nice to just drive down the road and get here today. So I'm in New Jersey. I'm with you guys now. Very happy to be here, and hopefully we can give you a little something, something.
Right. So,
I know. Okay, so Gail always puts up her grandchildren. This is my dog. This is Snoopy. I got Snoopy when I was living in San Diego. Snoopy is from TJ, so he's a Mexican American being raised in an Italian American New Jersey home. So every day he's all bark, no bite, just like all of us are in New Jersey, right? We come off really, really hard. But Snoopy will die for me, and I love that about him. So the mailman, the Amazon guy, a suspicious bag flowing past my house, Snoopy's ready, willing, and able. So you know, cute as hell, just like me, but all bark, no bite. We're the same.
well, you can see why we decided to recruit him. There's one more thing that I have to tell you about Joe, is that he has a brand of determination to go after the bad guys. And he will go out of his way to investigate a case, learn about things, and get things done. So I really do appreciate him. And before he ended up testifying in court, because he did go to that 4-day course, he said he didn't want to go, but once he did go, he realized that he could improve his investigations. And then he ended up having just about every single one of his cases either go to trial. Most of them pled guilty, and then if he did go to trial, he testified. Eventually, we were able to develop his expertise to testify as an expert in domestic violence cases, why victims recant, and also talk about strangulation cases. So he's done a tremendous amount of work, and one of the things that he did that I still honor him today, he said, Gail, I need to learn even more about domestic violence. Is there another conference I can go to? And I said, Joe, there isn't. But my class, because I teach or did teach for 20 years, a class in law school on domestic violence in the law. And I said, if you're willing to go, I'm willing to talk to the dean and have you audit the class for free. But there's only one condition. You have to go to every class. No, actually, there's 2, and you got to do their homework. And he did. And he also helped the law students because they got a chance to practice direct and cross and really understand the law enforcement's role, because it's such a critical role. Because without you as law enforcement getting all the information as possible, prosecutors are not going to have what they need to go forward without the victim's participation. So this is where we are. This is what we do. I am living the dream as the CEO of Alliance for Hope International, because I get to do everything I'm very passionate about. And each and every one of our programs, which I'm sure you've heard, and I'll briefly go over it, is about saving lives. It's about homicide prevention. First is our Family Justice Center, because our center started in 2002, so it's a couple of years old. And it was one of the largest, with about 40,000 square feet and 25 on-site partners. Now the Family Justice Centers have bigger dreams. They've got even more partners, and exciting to see. Of course, very early on, we realized that the most dangerous offenders and the high-risk victims are the strangled victims. And then Casey really wanted to focus on children who were impacted by witnessing domestic violence, witnessing their mothers being strangled, being victims themselves. So he really wanted to have an early intervention. We ended up recruiting our survivors, because every time I worked on a case as a prosecutor or even as a defense attorney, survivors wanted to give back when they were in a good place. But I never knew how we could utilize survivors until we started the Family Justice Center, and we created a network of survivors, and they were our ongoing focus group. We also have incorporated domesticshelters.org. How many of you know about domesticshelters.org? Woohoo! Okay, I saw maybe about 10%. That's better than in some of our trainings. Well, domesticshelters.org is really dedicated to survivors and dedicated to advocates. I would say if you don't know about domesticshelters.org, you should go to that website. There's about 3 million hits every single year to that website. And what I learned talking to survivors and focus groups is that before they call the police, before they even call the hotline to get help, to understand what they're experiencing, at least today, they go on the World Wide Web. And so little did I realize that social media, your website, is playing a very critical role. So I challenge you to go back and ask yourself, is your website, is your social media out there the best that it can be, knowing that victims are probably going to go there first to find out where you are. Last but not least, Joe knows this, we just talked about it today. I do have a new obsession and I do have a new passion, not because I wanted to do this, but because I feel like our organization has to. Speakers today mentioned the fact that you can strangle someone to death without leaving a single external mark. And we know that's true. And we also know that if a DV offender murders his victim, he knows he's going to be the #1 suspect. So when it comes to domestic violence homicides, that is the type of homicide where offenders, murderers are going to try to stage. And I never thought that they could get away with it, but they are. And so we ended up starting this program called the Justice Project and Hidden Homicides, because every single week now, we have a mother, we have a daughter, we have a sister, or we have a father or brother contacting us about a suspicious death that had been missed, because they stage it to look like a suicide. And we'll talk a little bit about that before we leave, because we are recruiting our Family Justice Center friends to send teams to our hidden homicide course. So now jumping in, we are also funded by the Department of Justice to provide training to professionals. So we have a lot of resources on our website, and this is our mission, our vision, and I'm just living it, because anytime that we can train, that we can educate, that we can multiply and recruit more people to be trainers, I'm excited about that. If you haven't been to our website, we have a resource library that if you go in, you may not come out alive for a couple of days because there's so many resources, but we've tried to narrow it down for you. I also believe that we can't do this work without a lot of gratitude. And I am so grateful to the Office on the Violence Against Women for kicking us off in our program. Although I think our program definitely started in 1995. I call it the late 1900s, when Cassandra and Tamara died. And I too, Phyllis, just absolutely love the team that we work with. And I appreciate them each and every day. And Joe knows that I always show our team's photo. The other thing that I want everybody to know is that we are recruiting. I call it recruiting because there are a lot of wonderful people with a lot of gifts. And we now have three committees, the legal committee, the medical committee, and the advocacy committee. And those are dynamic experts, wonderful, compassionate, passionate people who work with us to come up with the best of the best. They are materials and also experts, and they help us with courses. So I want to thank them as well. So today what I'm going to do now to kind of set the stage, we're going to be talking about hope and justice. I learned that from our survivors. Now, when it comes to trauma, Casey believes that the best way to mitigate trauma is through the science of hope now. I didn't realize that there was an actual science to hope. I always would say, I hope you have a nice day. I hope things work out for you. But there's actually a science that we can apply in our work to mitigate the trauma that those little kids suffer. Because Maliha, you said it right. Casey had figured it out. Two things that create those stranglers. One is going to be the impact of what they witness and what they experience. Jim Henderson, who is one of our faculty members, works with batterers. He takes their A scores. They have high A scores. He also takes their hope score. They have low hope scores. And without somebody intervening, without somebody cheering for them, or without somebody mitigating the trauma, that rage is going to stick with him. And one of the new findings that he discovered is that in his batterers program, about half of them admitted to him that they had strangled their victims. The hard part was realizing all of these guys were on misdemeanor probation and not felony probation, is that they all were sexually assaulted by someone in their lives when they were children. And when they told their mother that they had been sexually assaulted, not all of their mothers believed them. So all of them had been sexually assaulted, and about 90% of them said that their mothers did not believe them. I can only imagine that rage that would cause a little boy who had been assaulted in that way and nobody believed them. So I do encourage you, this is the only science of hope pitch I'm going to give you, is that if you're working with victims, you're working with suspects, or even in our own work, we end up taking each one of our cases and a little part of us goes with them and vice versa. So please make sure you take good care of yourself as well. The next one is justice. You know, today we're still debating what is justice. There are some jurisdictions that do not honor law enforcement, that do not honor prosecution. But I do want to say that at the Alliance for Hope International, we do. We still believe in accountability. We still believe in justice. And it's those police officers who are in this room, the ones that are coming to this training, are the ones with compassion and heart. But you are also the ones that go into danger. You're the ones that respond to 911 calls. And Joe's going to be talking about that danger and that connection to cop killers and mass shooters in more detail. Because we need you. So I just want to thank the law enforcement officers who are in this room, who are still fighting the good fight. So thank you. So in our organization, we have adopted this definition of justice. Justice is telling the truth about injustice, repairing the harm as much as humanly possible, and changing the conditions that caused the injustice in the first place. And when I first learned about Desmond Tutu's definition of justice, I immediately thought of Cassandra and Tamara, those two teenagers that died under my watch. Because if we did nothing in San Diego after they died, that would have been injustice. But we had to lean into the fact that we missed it, that we needed to educate ourselves about strangulation and do something about it. So now I want to show you a video that's going to put us into the mindset of a multidisciplinary team. Because after I did that research of looking at 300 police reports that were submitted to our office, I realized we can't do it alone. We needed the dispatchers, we needed the paramedics, we needed the patrol officers, we needed detectives, we needed prosecutors, probation officers, CPS, and you can go right down the list. So this is going to be your first exercise. After we watch this video, I'm going to call out and ask you about your reflections and what did you take away from this video?
It was a long evening and it was very traumatic. The first thing that I remember was being struck very hard against the side of my head. He punched me in the head. Immediately, I couldn't hear and my equilibrium was off and I was just very disoriented. He had boots on, stomping my ribs, my back, my butt, punching me in the head. And that's when the strangulation occurred and that he took me into a chokehold. I just remember seeing colors and then black. The first hospital that I went to, I explained to them the domestic incident that had occurred. The doctor who saw me, the line of questioning was indicative that he thought that it was sort of my fault. He asked me what I had done for my husband to have attacked me in that way. And it really just put me in a position where I was immediately defensive. I didn't feel as though I could trust the doctor. The original medical facility that I went to, I was met there by a deputy from King William Sheriff's Department. He took a look at my body, talked to me about what had happened. Once I was released from that facility, I received a call from the deputy, and he told me that because of the strangulation that I needed to follow up immediately with the forensic nurse at St. Mary's.
We take care of patients who've been victims of sexual assault, domestic violence, elder abuse, child abuse, human trafficking. We are one of the busiest forensic programs in the country and see about 2,500 calls for service a year.
I got a phone call from the forensic nursing program at Bon Secours. They had seen Gina over the weekend and were very concerned about the nature of the injuries that she had suffered during an attack by her husband. They were very worried because they had seen that she had a broken hyoid bone. And as soon as they said those words to me, my alert, I immediately went into, oh my gosh, we need to make sure we pay attention to this case.
Once I arrived at St. Mary's, I arrived at the emergency room. I was greeted by the forensic nurses, and they took me immediately back. They did the intake themselves. They are trained to speak to victims and look for certain types of injuries that other medical staff may have overlooked. And so it's really important for them to know how to talk to people who have just gone through an incredibly traumatic experience and who are probably likely very upset.
I initially spoke to Gina and she was not on board with prosecution. She didn't want anything to do with me or my office. I was obviously worried for her safety and I let her know that, but she wasn't interested in going forward with the case at that point.
I was worried that the charges wouldn't stick. I was worried that my abuser would get out of jail and that he would come after me again.
At some point, I got the forensic nursing report from Bon Secours and I looked through it. Looking through the pictures, I'll never forget that experience. Seeing the bruising, seeing what she obviously had been through and knowing that she still didn't want to work with us. But at the same time, seeing what she'd been through, seeing what she had suffered through made me want to seek justice for her.
When I saw the evidence that the forensic nurses had provided and just how thorough it was, and I realized that with that amount of evidence, there was really very little way that he was going to be able to escape some kind of persecution. So I was able to just feel like I could move forward and go to that trial and come out on top of it.
Thanks to our forensic nursing report and thanks to Gina's cooperation, we were able to secure a plea agreement from her abuser. He pled guilty to strangulation, he pled guilty to malicious wounding, he received an active jail sentence, and he has suspended time over his head that will be over his head for at least the next 20 years.
Gina's story is important for the other victims to hear, for law enforcement to hear, for Commonwealth attorneys and victim services, and for other healthcare providers to hear. What she went through was very difficult, and we can make a difference. with the training and the education regarding strangulation, we can do a better job.
By having the forensic nursing program and what they can provide for us, we're able to arm ourselves, and it becomes much easier for folks to believe this is a nurse coming in and telling me they have training, they have experience, and they're telling me that this person was strangled. Makes it much, much easier.
The forensic nursing program is part of the mission of Bon Secours. We receive a lot of support from the healthcare facility, but that can't cover all of our needs. And so the gifts that we receive from our many wonderful donors helps us to do things that we wouldn't otherwise do.
There's no doubt in my mind that without Bon Secours forensic nursing, the injury that I had would have gone unnoticed, and so therefore we would not have been able to get the strangulation and malicious wounding charges. My abuser would have been off the hook, he would have been released, and he would have come back and finished his work. He would have killed me.
Okay, so reflections about the video? What are some of the takeaways besides forensic nurses are so critical? Okay, this is where classroom participation, and we got folks on Zoom. All right, Maliha, you see? You have to.
Annoying. Oh, sorry.
Yes, the doctor's comment.
Yes, so the doctor's comment to her was victim blaming. It wasn't empowering, deflated her, just made me very angry.
And we need them. We need our doctors to be trained. And one of the things I learned very quickly is that I thought the doctors in San Diego were all trained in domestic violence, but I soon figured out that they weren't. They didn't get this training in medical school. So it really is up to us. There's a couple of other key points in this video. I think the other one is you guys need your own video. This is you. You guys are doing this now. A couple of others. All right, thank you.
What the actual sentence was. Like it was a suspended sentence, which means, sorry. I'm a little bit curious about what the actual sentence was, because it sounds like she describes a suspended sentence, which means that he's out and just a prison term is hanging over his head, which obviously is not enough for a strangulation, especially in New Jersey where it's a second-degree crime.
Correct. What I found out talking to the prosecutor is that he did plead guilty to a felony. He didn't get as much time as none of all of us would have hoped. I think he got 2 years, and then the rest of it was suspended. Because I know in New Jersey, you now have an increased sentence. I think it goes up to, is it 15 years? What's your maximum sentence for your strangulation now? 5 to 10?
Yes, 5 to 10.
Okay. Well, and I thank you for raising that, because that was and still remains to be the biggest challenge across the United States. So you got to remember that historically, many of these strangulation cases were called choking cases. And the way the field considered this at that time is if you were strangled, you were dead. And if you survived, you were fine. And most of them, if you survived and had no visible injuries, were rarely prosecuted. And if they were being prosecuted as misdemeanors. Now you've got to figure, you got to change the whole system around. How are you going to convince everybody to take strangulation seriously, to treat it as a felony, to not negotiate it down to a misdemeanor when victims recant or minimize? Or what if she didn't seek medical attention? What if she didn't get to talk to a forensic nurse? What if you have no documentation of how serious this can be? Ellen.
One of the issues that I've seen when I've sat in on DV trials.
You got a microphone there.
Here we go. So one of the issues I've seen when I've sat in on DV trials is judges tend to use the nomenclature interchangeably, choking, strangulation. And we've tried to tell them, no, strangulation is one thing, choking, you can choke on a piece of steak. It's a different thing. Judge, please be aware of that. So how do we make the judges, or what did you do? And, you were folks that were trying these cases in California? How did you make the judges more aware of the strangulation? What did you do to really bring it to the forefront and make this a real important issue?
It's not easy and it's still not easy, but you have to train judges as well. And judges like to be trained by judges. So in our legal committee, we have a couple of judges who are part of our team. You also have to figure out, I found this accidentally, but now it's intentional. Every jurisdiction has what we call a training judge. You have to find out who that training judge is, and they're more likely to go to training because that's their responsibility. Judges like us, they also have a statewide organization for all the judges to go to training, and it also has to be mandated. In the United States, we only have 2 states that actually mandate judges to be trained in domestic violence and or strangulation. It's still very optional, but what I have learned, if you're able to train judges, you're able to start turning the sort of tide around. And I think the other do-over in my work now that I've been doing this for a couple of years, and I'm a woman of a certain age, the do-over, I call them keepers, do-overs, and what the heck were we thinking? So under the do-over category, we should have pushed harder for mandatory training, and we should have included judges to be part of our statewide task force. Most recently, Casey and I, and it took us a long time to get there, we finally got buy-in from our California judges to do a bench card. So the first bench card that was done for judges on strangulation was in Minnesota. And that Minnesota judge, because I always say, is there a judge in the room? Let me just ask right now, do we have any judges in the room? Okay, so here's the interesting thing. If he's the training judge or if she's the training judge, they will come. The other thing is judges will go to training if you have prosecutors and defense attorneys in the room. And I loved having defense attorneys in the room as well. So ultimately in Minnesota, I was doing this training and I asked if there are any judges in the room, and there was that training judge. And then he went back and he created a bench card for the judges. He wrote down 7 things out of this training that he got out that all the judges need to know. And I said, oh my gosh, this is like so cool. And then I started bragging about him to other judges. Then I met Judge Lee Chitwood, who went to training. I said, oh my gosh, what are you doing here? Because I'm the training judge. And then he went to the advanced course, and then he did 12 things judges need to know, which is you're gonna see in your materials. And then I discovered something else. Judges are just as competitive as we are. Then I shared the 12 things judges need to know to the Florida judges, and they came up with 18 things judges need to know. So now we're working with the California judges, and I'm not stopping until they go to 25. 25 things judges need to know, because if you're in this training, you will easily write down at least 25 important facts that every professional needs to know about strangulation. But they need this training as well. And directly to your point, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I feel like I'm with family, so it's okay. Sentencing guidelines. So when the feds actually pass a law, which they did, the Violence Against Women Act in 2013, passed a federal strangulation and suffocation law. When the feds pass a law, judges are I guess, permitted or encouraged to have sentencing guidelines. Those sentencing guidelines are actually signed by a justice from the United States Supreme Court. And there are sentencing guidelines for federal judges on strangulation, which they recommend up to 10 years under the federal statute. Maryland goes up to 25 years for a strangler, realizing how dangerous some of these individuals can be. So giving them those federal sentencing guidelines to local judges has been helpful to get them to understand the severity of strangulation. And once they do, prosecutors, you better watch out, because they are not accepting plea bargains to misdemeanors after they've had that training. So it's been good to see, but the problem is that none of this happens overnight. This is a long-term commitment to trying to change how the system has responded to strangulation. So let's keep going. A couple of things I like to know about who's the audience. How many of you have received training before in strangulation? Raise your hand. Oh my gosh. Joe, looks about 60%. Mildred.
I just want to clarify something. In New Jersey, like you said, strangulation is a second-degree felony assault charge. It carries up to 10 years in prison and a $150,000 fine. So I just want everyone to know that.
150 or 150,000?
150,000 in
Okay,
fines
great.
in 10 years, up to 10 years.
And I know you guys went back and you guys fixed that. Okay, so where are the police officers in the room besides the back? They're in the back. You know, we always kind of like to tease each other. And I used to tease police officers who always would sit in the back of the room until one thing happened at the Family Justice Center. They are there to protect us. So we're sitting in a conference. I don't know if Joe, if you were there, like this. We had 100 and some people in our conference room at the Family Justice Center, and all of our police officers who were co-located with us, they have to get there early to get in the back seat. So I just want to point that out. Two, they are watching everything because all of a sudden we had this homeless person come into our room and I saw something, but I kind of did, well, Gail, don't be judgmental. This is just maybe somebody who got invited here who I didn't know to our conference. Well, then he goes and helps himself to his food, which was okay, fine. And then he comes up to the mic and he starts talking. In the meantime, the police officers had already been watching. And within 60 seconds, he was gone. They came up, they surrounded him without an incident because there was like this strategy and they just calmly and quietly took this individual out. Later, it turned out that that same individual had been threatening to kill people in the building. And so they were already on alert, they were paying attention and they took care of it. So I just want to acknowledge that the officers in the back of the room, they've got our back. That's where it all comes from. They do. Okay, so we have any prosecutors? No prosecutors? They're probably on Zoom because they're working so hard and going to court, right? And of course, there's a lot of advocates in this room because I feel a lot of heart, a lot of love. Advocates, raise your hand. All right, we do have a lot of advocates and all the amazing forensic nurses. We got them in the back of the room too because they're hanging out with the cops because they're part of the team. And that you see there was advocates too. They've now all bonded. They're like best friends. All right, do we have any defense attorneys? At this point, they probably wouldn't raise their hand, but if they are here, thank you. Civil attorneys? Any doctors? Oh, there's civil attorney. Doctors? No, and we found out no judges. How about CPS? Oh, thank you. Joe has something to say about you.
With CPS, because we work so closely with them in child abuse and domestic violence, is that sometimes there's a little bit of an animosity or there's a problem. What you don't understand about CPS is their timelines are not the same as ours. They get cases and they have to respond immediately. They don't have a chance to get all their data, talk to everybody. And they go to places that I would only go with a vest, a gun, and a partner and a radio, and they're armed only with a pen. So keep that in mind with your child welfare service people. They are first responders, but they don't get credit for it. And they do a very difficult job and they don't have, I've been in, if I needed backup, I had 47 guys plus sanitation coming to save me. They don't have the same luxury when they get into shit out there. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. We got some hands up.
Same.
Oh, yes. All right. And then I go for the supersize hearts. Who else is in the room? Okay,
very important people. Immigration Legal Services.
Thank you. Yes. And we still need more professionals in the room. Okay, so we're going to try to cover as much as we possibly can, as I said, context. Then we're going to go into medical investigations. We're going to do some court considerations and always end up with advocacy. If you haven't gotten our QR code or our material, you have to hire young people in the office because I just want you to say that I grew up at the time when you'd go to conferences. Remember, Phyllis? We would go to conferences, and the bigger the binder, the better the conference. But now with a QR code, you have no idea that you've got a big binder in that QR code. So definitely check that out. Everything that you need to handle your cases is going to be in there. A couple of things I want to highlight that you guys, I think, are working on. Are you guys working on your statewide manual yet? On strangulation, how to identify, document, prosecute, and advocate? If not, please join us. We want to make sure every state has their own, so you can utilize your own gifts and abilities and statutes and case law. But I would say everything that's in there, you can print it and you can use it for your very next case if you are not already using our materials. Okay, so the next piece is lethality of stranglers. I'm going to highlight a couple of things, and then Joe's going to jump up and talk about how officers need to be careful about these stranglers. First and foremost, I think when Cassandra and Tamara died, I went, holy cow, there's something different about these stranglers, because before they were killed, each one of them had been strangled, and then that caused us to go back and look at some of our homicide cases. So I know that they are the killers of women. This citation has been given a couple of times, and I'm going to make sure that you have the article, because you also need to read it. As first line professionals responding to these cases, you got to know about strangulation so well that you are extremely confident and sharing this information with survivors. The more confident that you come across, the more victims are going to share. It's getting that connection, giving them knowledge, giving them information. So this is the article, the Glass article of 2008, that finally said, if you're strangled one time, you are 750% more likely to be killed by your strangler. And then that just goes up. You start adding stalking, you start adding guns, you start adding that you're strangled multiple times, that risk level goes up. And so once I appreciated that, I said, we've got to treat strangulation cases differently and immediately, and we got to do more, because this could be our one and only chance to be able to intervene before a homicide occurs, because strangulation is the calling card of a killer. Now, we keep track as a national organization of the homicides that occur in the United States. United States, we have an increase of domestic violence homicides going on right now. It's been going on for the last 10 years. This organization, the Violence Policy Center, has been keeping track of it for the last 25 years. And I have a feeling from what Dr. Jackie Campbell said, for whatever reason, and I'm trying to figure out why, this may be their last report. And I don't understand why they're going to stop documenting that. But you're not on the top 10, which is good. But one of the things that they have told us over the last 25 years is the number one reason that victims of domestic violence are killed is as a result of guns. They are shot to death. But before they are shot to death, they are strangled. Depending on which study you read, it's either about 50% of the time to 100% of the time. And if it's not that particular victim, there's a history with a prior girlfriend where there's strangulation. So they are practicing at home. And this is the statistic from 2014 to the present. Our DV homicides have been going up. And you always need to pay attention to that. You need to figure out why. And a lot of things have happened in the last 10 years. That's called bail reform, jail reform, also funding. What do you prioritize in your state? What are we prioritizing in the United States? And we could spend probably a good hour just talking about that. But as I was going deep, I went back to each and every report. This is what I do. This is how geeky I am about reports and statistics and what can we learn. I noticed something. Your homicide rate is actually going down. Why? I think I've learned why this morning. But why do you think? You live this, you breathe this. Why is every other state going up and yours is going down? Something special is happening in New Jersey, and you need to take note of it.
I want to take a stab at this.
Okay.
The correlation between our proactive gun laws, and it's not as easy to access guns legally in New Jersey.
Okay, taking the guns away, because that's how women are being killed. Good strategy. In the back of the room. Hi.
We also have permanent restraining orders that are for life. And I think we are the only state, and I am a recipient of one, and I definitely think it helps to deter.
Okay, because I got to take whatever you guys are doing and share it with the world. Okay, take those guns away, give them permanent lifetime restraining orders. Good. Couple of other things.
Hi, good morning. I've also noticed that there are more readily accessible and available resources and support for women that are facing these challenges, and Women Aware being one of them, and the Center for Family Justice. And so as there are more resources and support, they feel that they have what they need in order to move forward and seek protection.
Good. And I think family justice centers do play a key role, and you have more than one here. Thank you. And Jennifer?
As you heard earlier, as of January in New Jersey, every county has a forensic nursing team that works with law enforcement and the advocates to respond to victims of strangulation.
There you go. I think your focus on strangulation is key. Is there anything else? Got one.
I also think we collaborate more. So we have DVLs that sit in CPMP offices, right? So whenever a CPS referral comes in for domestic violence, we collaborate and they have a referral from us. So I think that also deters.
Thank you. And the presence of adult protective services and CPS, I mean, just about every discipline in here, just about. So that collaboration, you could feel it in this room. All right, well, congratulations, because what you are doing is working. So please keep it up, and I will be sharing and bragging about all of you. You also, as I was doing my research, found that you did this report on fatality by strangulation. So you're also thinking about it, you're researching it, you're documenting it, you're reporting it, and you're bringing awareness to it in your state. And taking the guns is definitely key. And one program that we notice in family justice centers, if you haven't talked to Becky Bullard at the Nashville Family Justice Center, they have figured it out to a science. You may want to take a look at the forms that they created, the brochures, and also the partnership with the police and the courts and everyone. They are probably taking guns away the fastest that I've seen. So you're already doing it, but always when I ask myself, could we be doing it just a little bit better? Because one of the things I've learned in this work is that those little things that we do, you'd be surprised what a big impact it can have. And then you do the big stuff too, which is the Family Justice Center and statewide Breathe. I love that program. You can make a difference. So I'm going to give this out to Joe, who's going to talk about sort of the connection to the cop killers.
I also think that, this is the land of my people. So, I always say, I know a guy or I know a girl. This is a land, how many of you's little brother has a best friend that works in the police department, and you know a guy somewhere, or you went to high school with somebody, and when you need to get stuff done, you go through the back door, right? That's a beautiful thing about people from New York and New Jersey, is we do favors for each other. So I think that's got to be something to do with it. We know people. I got a guy.
Do you agree? You know people?
You got a guy, you got a girl? Yeah, exactly. Which one's forward? Okay. Oops.
It's the way you don't think.
Okay, so this is the glass article here.
Yes, it'll be in your material.
So this is in the material. So this is the 750% more likely, 7.5 times more likely. Great thing to know. I have a hard time reading research because I have a short attention span, but it is very great for people to just kind of put it out there for you. Let's go. Gail, you're throwing some wild slides in here for me today. You did. You brought me in too soon.
Okay.
You want to get, okay.
All right. You must have hit a lot of slides there. But let me just come back for a little bit before Joe shares the other piece, because this is the research part to the work that you're doing that's going to really matter. So in this particular risk assessment. There's a lot of studies that have been done. Most of our family justice centers will use the DA-20. Are you guys using the DA-20? Great. I just want to make sure that you use the DA-20 that was updated in 2019, because the research now says that instead of getting 1 point for strangulation to determine if someone's at high risk, you get 3 points, because that's how serious it is. The other thing that we realize for law enforcement, you guys can play a key role. Are you using your DA, any kind of lethality assessment when police respond to a DV call? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, what are you guys using? The DA-11 or Praise 7 questions? Oh, ODERA. Okay, but does it include strangulation? I don't think the ODERA does. Okay, so here, along the way, we're going to be writing down some things you might want to look into. I would say look into the Maryland model. The Maryland model has 11 questions that law enforcement officers use. Some states, about 5 of them, have now passed statewide laws that mandate law enforcement to use it. Because the more we can gather our intelligence quicker and share that with prosecutors and courts, the better. So we have 2 tools that police officers generally use, 11 questions on the DA-11 and 7 questions in appraise. It really comes down to 5 questions that usually the medical community uses. So I'm assuming that at the hospitals where they're screening for domestic violence, they're using the DA-5, yes or no? This now is going to be check, check, check. Jennifer? See, this is why the homicide rate is lower in New Jersey compared to others. So for all of you who don't know about the DA-5, I always say one reason or another, we got to use some tool. And what's happening now at the Sacramento Family Justice Center, the dispatchers are using the DA-5. They're using the DA-5 to make sure that our police officers, when they get dispatched to a call, they know that they're dealing with a strangler. And they also know that they're dealing with a high-risk victim. So I'd say take a look at the DA-5, figure out where you can plug it in. For those of you who can't read it, especially on Zoom, and thank you people on Zoom for joining us, is 5 questions. Is it getting worse in this last year? So Jackie Campbell, the leading researcher in this area, I got a girl crush on her because she has spent her entire career trying to save lives. But she always says, if you can predict it, you can prevent it. So is it getting worse? It's increasing in severity. Has a victim been threatened by a weapon? Or has a weapon, your gun? Does the victim believe that he is capable of killing you? Now, with strangulation, I want to say that it is a gender crime. I am definitely using he as the offender because in our study and every study since, this is a gender crime, except when it comes to kids who are being strangled. When I think the CPS workers would probably agree that you're seeing both. You're seeing either the stepdad, boyfriend, or the mom who are strangling. It's even Stephen and Joe will talk about that. And does he ever try to choke you? Jackie Campbell kept the word choke because she said most victims use the word choke. But we like to ask the question, did anyone apply any pressure to your neck by any means? Because then there's no disagreement about what happened. And is he violently and constantly jealous? I interpret that to harassment and stalking. Okay, and then the New Orleans Family Justice Center kept track of the most high-risk victims. Those were the ones who were being strangled multiple times. And the victims who were being strangled multiple times, their offenders had access to guns. So you have figured out how we can keep victims alive. So I think now we got it. It's just I missed you, Joe. So I just wanted to bring you up.
This high thing here is nice, feels good, right?
Yeah, we're all taller up here.
Also, so I know the study, Gale study was from 1995. So we've also working with Puerto Rico on a pilot project. They're using our form. So they gave us 190 of their most recent strangulation cases and 4.7% of the suspects were female. So even till today, a very recent study, we're dealing with a very gendered crime. Oh, backwards. So we always like to start with telling stories about real people that we have encountered along the way. So you're looking at a photograph of Sergeant Paul Starzyk and a woman named Catalina Torres. So Catalina Torres was a domestic violence advocate who lived down in San Diego. She had an aunt who was involved in a domestic violence strangulation. Her aunt had just gotten a restraining order against her husband. And everybody in this room knows that she is not safer because of that restraining order. But she was taking the right steps, got the restraining order. Catalina went up to Martinez, California, which is in like the Bay Area, as part of her safety plan, support plan, to get things going. She had got that restraining order. Inside the restraining order, Catalina's aunt cited being strangled, being choked as one of the reasons why she needed the strangulation order, which was granted. So it was kind of like an apartment complex with stores on the bottom. So Catalina's aunt owned a hair salon on the first floor, and the kids lived right above the store in the apartment there. So the husband shows up at her work and starts shooting. So Catalina Torres stepped in front of the bullet and was murdered on the spot, but her aunt went upstairs to go get her children to be with her kids. Suspect goes upstairs, the radio call's coming in. You're looking at Sergeant Paul Starzak, who was the first person to receive the call. So this is not something that any cop wants to go to by themselves, but sometimes that's what it is. You get served a shit sandwich and all you can do is take a bite. You know, you have to go. So he was served this horrible call. He couldn't wait around for other people to go, and he goes to address the threat. When he goes into the house, suspect's already in there, and he's getting ready to kill his wife and their 3 children. When Sergeant Paul Starzak gets in there, he's able to kill the suspect, but not before the suspect, you know, that little spot in between the vest and your armpit there where cops seem to always get hit and die, is where the bullet went through and killed him. So Sergeant Paul Starzak died in the process, but he saved 4 people. So this is just the kind of thing that we're talking about. So 2008, we just weren't there yet. We didn't know strangulation was this big thing. It wasn't this predictor for homicide that we know it is now. And this is where we need to start paying attention as police officers as what we're dealing with. And advocates and everybody in the room needs to take that extra step back. So when we do these trainings, we always like to remember the men and women who were shot and killed in law enforcement responding to or dealing with suspects with a history of non-fatal strangulation. So all these officers here were killed at the hands of somebody with a history of non-fatal strangulation. That does not mean they were responding to a DV at the time or it was an active something or other. It just means that if we go back into their history, we're going to find it. And in the academy, when we first start, we always are taught DV calls are the most dangerous for us to go to. So we like data, we like studies so that we can start to prove things, which is one of the reasons why we're working so closely with Puerto Rico. And Puerto Rico has been amazing so far in this process. So we're going to have a new study very soon. But this right here is Chief Craig Kingsbury. So from Idaho, he decided to look at his critical incidents involving law enforcement and who the suspects were. So fortunately, they did not have any law enforcement that was killed in the line of duty in his department, but he did go back and look at the officer involved critical incidents where an officer was shot or an officer shot at a suspect. And what he found was that 80% of these suspects had a history of domestic violence as an offender. And that's a documented history of domestic violence. So this is not going and interviewing all the family members or anybody that's ever been involved, because we know that domestic violence, you said there's 13 domestic violence incidents in Middlesex County every day that are reported. There's probably 100. So we really don't know what we don't know. All we know is what's in the public record. So we need to, and what he found was 30% had a history of non-fatal strangulation, probably a lot higher than that, but that's what's in the public record. So we did repeat the study in a much larger jurisdiction, Riverside County, California. A couple of million people live there. It's kind of a suburb for both LA, Palm Springs, and San Diego. And this is Jerry Feynman. He's part of our faculty. He was a 30-plus year DA in the Family Protection Unit in Riverside County. Repeated the same study, only this time they had a lot of officers killed in the line of duty between 1993 and 2013, and 80% of them had a domestic violence history, 50% had a non-fatal strangulation history. So if we're looking, how do we mitigate this stuff? Who do we need to focus on? Who are the dangerous people to society? When we have this idea that domestic violence strangulation is that's a home problem, that's a personal issue, that's a family problem. I disagree with that in every aspect, but also if that's how you feel, these are the same people that are very dangerous to society in general. So they don't just stop at home, they're also dangerous outside of the home. So we did our own analysis of the data. So everybody out there, cops in the room, you all know of the ODMP, Officer Down Memorial page, where they give you the write-up of the officers that are killed in the line of duty. 2017, there were 44 police officers that were shot and killed in the line of duty. This is not all line of duty deaths, just intentional homicides with a gun. So 33 out of 44, so 75% of them were killed by somebody that has a history of domestic violence and often strangulation. So keep that in mind when you have these strangulation cases and you get frustrated with domestic violence and strangulation because it's hard. Victims can be difficult, and you could take it personally. It's not personal. And just go hard for these guys. There's nothing that I got off more on than ruining the day of an arrogant asshole. And so maybe she was being difficult, maybe she was being hard or whatever the case is, but he's worse. So we always like to bring it home. New Jersey, fortunately, there hasn't been an officer killed in line of duty by a strangler in quite some time. You guys have a pretty low rate right now, thankfully. But this is one of your officers from 2014 who was responding to a robbery call. Killer had felony convictions. Killer had a long history and it wasn't paid attention to. So I'm sure like we see this all across the board, these guys that are out there and we're like, what are these guys doing out of jail right now? Why aren't they in prison? Like who's in charge? And then they ultimately kill a police officer. So I thank everybody that goes out in a uniform and continues to do this job because it's very hard, particularly today. We're looking at 2023 data. So 47 officers were killed in the line of duty by gunfire. And this was somebody very, very close to our organization who was killed right before New Year's at the end of last year. So you're looking at Sergeant Dale Nix from the Greensboro Police Department, North Carolina. He was the sergeant of the Family Protection Unit in Greensboro attached to the Family Justice Center. He was a trainer. He was a faculty member for us. As recently as October 2023, he did the What Do Dispatchers Need to Know About Strangulation webinar for us because he was a dispatcher in his prior career. He was sitting outside of like a Wawa, something similar to it in North Carolina. And a couple of kids ran into the store, did a beer run, and were coming out. And he said he got out of his car, he said, hey guys, put the beer back, like don't steal. And he did not pull a gun, did not challenge him in any way, shape, or form. And an 18-year-old boy shot and killed Dale Nix. And two 18-year-old suspects and a 26-year-old suspect. 26-year-old suspect had a history of domestic violence. The 18-year-old grew up in a home impacted by violence and abuse. So we were talking about ACEs, childhood trauma, all those things that we want to avoid children having and we want to mitigate. But when they turn 18 and they kill a police officer, I don't give a shit anymore what happened in their childhood. So what we have to do if we want real criminal justice reform is to get these kids when they're 12 years old and we can do something about it. Because when they're 18 years old, there's nothing you can do. So we just always like to remember the law enforcement and keep that to the top of your mind. These DV calls are dangerous. These strangler calls are dangerous. And these people with history of strangulation are extremely dangerous. Okay, so we talk about mass shootings. How many of you kind of ignore the mass shootings when they come on TV now? Like, oh, another one where how many people, and it's kind of like part of the American culture right now. It's a little bit weird, but it's something that we have to try to get rid of, something that we have to try to stop. So if we want to know who these suspects are, there are domestic violence and strangulation suspects. So 70% of mass shooters have a domestic violence history. That's wild, right? That means that we're not treating it seriously, that when a victim recants or becomes uncooperative, we just say, oh, it didn't happen, or she doesn't want to cooperate, let's dump the case. And we can't do that anymore because when we do that, we put the women and the children in those households at risk and the public in general at risk. So if we want to mitigate mass shootings, we have to start looking at our strangulation suspects. So if we have the opportunity to stop it, so this is one of the worst cases. This right here is Esteban Santiago. Does anybody know this guy? Heard of him? Okay. Do you remember a mass shooting at the Fort Lauderdale airport, back in 2017? Maybe, maybe not, because they occur so often you might forget. So Esteban Santiago was in the Puerto Rican National Guard service member. And he was ultimately discharged because he was starting to have some mental issues. Something was wrong. He was starting to get radicalized by Islam, and that was something that he was really kind of identifying with. And he was calling the FBI, calling the government, saying, something's wrong with me. I need help. Something's wrong with me. He does not get any sort of help in that way, but he is on a watch list because of these calls that he's making. But it's did not prevent him from purchasing firearms. So Esteban moves from Puerto Rico to Alaska. When he gets to Alaska, he purchases firearms. He gets involved in a relationship with a woman. And in that relationship, he strangles her. Esteban goes to court, goes to trial, pleads guilty, and he's convicted, pled guilty, and he's offered diversion. So the judge said, if you behave like a really good boy for 1 year, I will get this conviction, the strangulation conviction, off your record, and I'll give you your firearms back. So he behaved for an entire year. And after that year, the conviction went away. He went to the police department, got his firearms back. When he got his firearms back, he flew himself to the Fort Lauderdale airport. When he got off the plane, he unloaded his firearm from baggage and wherever he got his bullets from, and he just unloaded on everybody that was in there. So this was something that is completely, entirely, and utterly preventable. There should be no diversion in domestic violence cases. There should be no diversion in strangulation cases. And that's kind of where I stand on this. Because it should not happen that you have a domestic violence conviction and some absurd loophole allows you to go get your firearms back because you behaved for a year. This was a very sad case in Utah, all over the world. This one, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. So this one right here, Devin Patrick Kelly, ever heard of this guy? Okay, has anybody ever had paperwork sitting on their desk that they want to file, but it's something else comes in and it sits there, something else comes in and it sits there, right? We've all got that paperwork stuff that we just hate to do. And this is one of those cases where you just need that reminder that you can't do it. So this is Devin Patrick Kelly. He was in the Air Force when he was involved in a domestic violence strangulation with the mother of his child, where as a result of that strangulation, mom dropped the baby fractured its skull, okay? So he does like 1 year in the brig. I don't know about you, but if you strangle somebody and a baby fractures their skull, you need to go away for longer than a year. That's just me. I'm old school. I'm old fashioned. But he gets out of jail, and the agent that's responsible for filing his paperwork did not send it into the Department of Justice. So he does not have a conviction on his record in the Department of Justice when he goes to the store to buy his guns. So he went to the store, he legally bought firearms and used those firearms to shoot 50 people in a church while he was hunting his mother-in-law, who was the source of all this problems for him. So as a result of this shooting, as a result of this clerical error, so please, that stupid stuff that you have to do, those filing of paperwork, don't let that stuff sit on your desk to be the guy or the gal that doesn't do what they need to do and inadvertently have some sort of culpability in something like this. And we are on the hook $230 million to the families of this shooting, which was entirely preventable. So we have an article in Police Chief Magazine's The Dangerous Link Between Stranglers and Cop Killers. I think it's in your materials as well. You can give it a read. It is very good information just for you to take with you. No need to be extra paranoid, but when you hear something about strangulation, you hear something about domestic violence, I hope New Jersey is like California, New York, where we just don't go to these calls by ourselves. We shouldn't be going by ourselves. And child welfare, adult protective, I wish that you didn't go to this stuff alone, or that you had some sort of protection as well, because the situations aren't any less volatile when you walk in the door. So we talk about ACEs and adverse childhood experiences. Have you guys ever heard of that before? ACEs, adverse childhood experience. It's like 10 different things that can happen in your childhood to really give you an idea of where you stand. So there's a couple of websites that you can go look at. It's ACEs Too High or aces.org. I don't know if the slides are in here. And if you want to see like how flavorful is your childhood trauma soup, take the test. So if you're at a 0, you've done great. If you're at a 10, that's really high. If you're above a 3, it's also pretty high. So, but the studies don't shock anybody. So this is a really great study from Sam Houston University from 2013 that followed 1,600 families for 20 years. And in those families where there was abuse, 75% of those families, at least one child became a victim by 21. Does that surprise anybody that children that grow up in these families, 3/4 of the families have somebody that's become a victim? And in the same families, 78% of the time, one of those children became a perpetrator. So these violence and abuse, these cycles, violence begets violence, and it continues. So that's something that we really like to prevent in the future, is really getting to the bottom of it. This was the study that Gail talked about earlier with the batteries intervention program and the men disclosing sexual abuse to their mom either not believing them or their mom telling them to keep their mouth shut and keep it moving. So this is an old school mentality. Hopefully it's not something that's going on really anymore. I feel like there's a lot of campaigns out there, but if children tell you something like that, start with believing and don't shut them down, because then you can start a whole snowball of awfulness for their life. Either they'll become a perpetrator or a victim of it. And oftentimes, if you worked in child abuse or you work in domestic violence, and these kids that are perped on become perps, and we just don't want that. That's the same study. So this is the ACEs study. So if you want to see what your ACE score is and you want to look at the 10 factors there, see where it is. Growing up in New Jersey is not a factor on here, okay? It is actually, it's a -1 because it's so good here. Traffic on the 17 is a +1 though. And then this is the Hope Rising book, which you can take a look at, that Gail mentioned earlier. Any questions about any of those statistics or kind of what I mentioned there? No?
Or you can ask Joe any question you want. It's
Nailed
an
it.
open book.
Nailed it. All right.
All right. Thanks, John. Okay, so I do know lunch is at 12. Oh, good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, Phyllis.
Oh, good. I also have a comment about the statistics about one child being a future perpetrator. There's also the children, and we have one on our board who breaks the cycle. And just to acknowledge those folks. Thank you so much.
In our organization, I think that almost everybody, in our organization, almost everybody that works with us does not come from a beautiful home. So, and I think we understand better than everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think that we're probably a survivor-led organization. Okay, so what we want to do is keep going because we have a lot. Thank you, Joe, for covering that so well. I want to talk about the law now. So first is context, and I wish I would have had context as a former prosecutor, because you got to be able to understand who you're dealing with. And that gives you, at least for me, a little more, I'm going to fight for this victim a little bit harder. And I will also say that I think it's the strangled victim that ends up recanting the most, because they are terrified the most. And the other thing I wish I would have done as a do-over is, yeah, it just seems to be a little bit hot, so maybe I'll just move it back. How about that? No, there's still a little. Now I took that off. Yeah. And it seems to be off. Oh, maybe here it is. This one is on. Let's see. Is that better? I think that's it. Maria, thank you. 911 coming to the rescue. Love it. So it definitely is a hot. So actually now I just thought of survivors. I need to tell you this story. When I left being a defense attorney, I became a prosecutor with Casey. And when I became a prosecutor, I actually was naive because I actually thought victims were going to like me. Cops were going to want to testify and also like me, and then everything was just going to change overnight. And so I went shopping that weekend with my mother, and I figured if you're going to like go from a defense attorney to a prosecutor, you better be bold. So I decided to get a red suit. Besides, I'm Puerto Rican, Panamanian, Cuban. You got to go with red. So Casey gives me my first case, and he tells me, Gail, you don't need to worry about DV dynamics. We'll go over DV dynamics next week because the victim's not going to show up. We've lost contact, but you can prove the case without the victim. And by this time, I already figured out how. It's called an exception to the hearsay rule. You got your 911 calls, that's a spontaneous statement. If they talk to an officer and they're still upset and hysterical, that's a spontaneous statement. One of the reasons why we love Jennifer and all of the medical people in this world is that there's another exception to the hearsay rule called medical diagnosis exception. So if a victim talks to a paramedic, talks to a nurse, talks to a doctor, and even talks to a social worker who's part of the hospital team, all of that is considered medical diagnosis exception. And then, of course, if you have an a-hole who harasses, violates restraining orders, and intimidates her in such a way that keeps her from going to court, is called forfeiture by wrongdoing. And you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't insist that the victim show up and then you cause her not to be there. Sorry. That's like, there's a buzzer, there's a flag on the field, and all of the statements that have not come in as an exception to the hearsay rule now come flying in. So if you haven't figured out forfeiture by wrongdoing, that is probably your next step. So go back to my first case. So I go into the courtroom like this, and there was like a lot of triggering this morning. It was like PTSD. I'm going like, oh my gosh, I'm back. But this particular day, I had this little uh-oh feeling because I also read Gavin DeBecker's book, and it says, like, trust your gut. And instead of saying, Gail Strack, on behalf of the people, we are ready to proceed, I asked the court to inquire if Maria was there. And all of a sudden, as I'm looking towards the judge and the courtroom was like full like this, I hear this here. And then all of a sudden, I feel like my body is like goes in like slow motion because I wasn't expecting the victim to be there, and I had my mind set another way. And there she was. I saw her in the back of the room, sitting right next to him. And I saw something extremely unusual. One, it appeared that they were very close together. In fact, it appeared he had his arm around Maria. And I'm going, oh my gosh, it looks like they're like almost like hugging and kissing. And all of a sudden, it kind of flashback like two teenagers in the back of a movie house making out. And I go, this is weird. And I'm also thinking, Casey said DV dynamics next week. I need it now. What the heck is going on? So I asked the court to trail the matter. I go to the back of the room. I asked Maria if she would talk to me. And I'm going, okay, I got to build rapport. I got to connect in about 5 seconds or less. So let me see, where am I going to do that? In the courtroom? No, let's go in the hallway where it's even busier, crazier, especially on a Monday. And so now I'm trying to talk to her, and she says immediately, Ms. Strack, thank you so much for working on this case. I know you've been trying to reach me, but I just want you to know that everything is fine, and I want you to dismiss the case. And I go, well, I'm glad things are better, but my name is Gail Strack. I've been assigned to the domestic violence unit, and we have a policy where we do not dismiss cases. As I'm looking at the history and looking at this case, we need to go forward. And then I'll save you how the discussion went and get to the point. The more I said no, the more she was more upset with me. She starts then raising her voice. She starts yelling at me. She starts saying, you don't care about me. You don't care about my family. You don't care about anything. All you care about is your conviction rate. And that's the reason why you're wearing that red suit, because all you want is blood, blood, blood. And I'm going like, oh my gosh. And then I don't know what's happening. She's yelling at me, screaming at me. And all I keep saying is, my name is Gail Strack. I've been especially assigned to the domestic violence unit, and I'm here to help you. And it's going back and forth, and eventually she calls me a bitch. And I go, that's it. I go, I was a public defender. I was going in the jail. The guys never called me a bitch. You're not going to call me a bitch. I'm going to take care of this. Because then she says, I'm the one that hit him first. I was the one that was drinking. She was just blaming herself. So I go out I go, you could just sit here for a minute. I'm going to go talk to my boss. Because Casey said, no prosecutor can dismiss a case without his permission. Very good rule, especially when somebody hasn't had training in DV dynamics. So I'm rushing down. There's this thing that you do not know that existed in those days. It was called a public telephone booth. And there was every public telephone booth was full. And I'm like now searching for my dime because I have to now page my boss. So thankfully there's a statute of limitations. I was like pounding on the door. I almost like dragged this guy out. I got to make an important phone call. So I finally get a hold of my boss, Casey, and I said, Casey, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. We almost made a horrible mistake. I don't want to give you all the details, but I'm just telling you, she's blaming herself. She said she hit him first. She called me a bitch. And I go, we need to dismiss this case against her and against him, and we need to recharge and charge her because she's the one. So I'm like, and then he's like, Gail, breathe. Gail, breathe. Let's go through the facts together. So we kind of go through stuff. And then he says, Phyllis, I'm sure you would have said the same thing. Gail, I trust you will do the right thing. And I'm looking at the facts and I'm looking at this and what she's presenting. And deep down, I knew that he obviously did all of this. And what she was doing was trying to protect herself by protecting him. And the more I looked at the case, the more I looked at the history, I said, my God, she's absolutely terrified. So I went back in that court and I said, Your Honor, Gail Strack, on behalf of the people, we are ready to proceed. And Maria did not testify for the prosecution because I knew at that point she was going to come up with a completely new story, which she already told me what it was. Long story short, we have a 5-day trial. Casey does come down at some point to coach me. The jury comes back. What do you think? By show of hands, how many of you think the jury came back guilty? You can raise your hand now at any point. One person. Maria, thank you. Well, the jury did come back guilty. I was surprised too. I had one of these little Ally McBeal moments. I was surprised. And I almost said out loud, like, are you sure? Would you say it one more time? And then, of course, now that you have that guilty verdict, and I'm like, of course, I knew it all the time. And then I give this big sentencing argument because now I've got all the facts. And the judge, I could tell he was making this look at the bailiff. And the bailiff was starting to get closer to the defendant. And I go, ooh, this is a clue. And then all of a sudden, he sentenced him to the max. He says, given your history, you are not a good candidate for probation. You've gone to counseling before. You've never followed through. You're going to go to jail to the max. And then the bailiff came in and arrested him and put cuffs on him. Click, click. And I went, ooh, maybe I should have been a police officer after all. Because the sound of justice was good at that moment. So then I'm packing up, feeling good that justice was done. And then all of a sudden I hear this voice and it's like Miss Strack. And I'm looking towards the court and there's a voice behind me. And I go, oh my gosh, I think it's Maria. I think, oh, she's going to be mad. Because if she was mad on Monday, she's going to be mad on Friday. So I go, stay still. I'm talking to myself now. Stay still. Don't move. Maybe she'll just go away. And she doesn't. She goes, Miss Strack again. I go, Gail, just face it. So I turn around and I look at her. And what do you think she says to me? Where were you when I was in my 20s? I needed you. So then I was at least smart enough to say, can we sit down and talk? Because now I wanted to understand DV dynamics. And then she said to me, do you remember Monday? I'll never forget Monday. That was like PTSD triggering. She says, do you remember when you started to walk towards me? I go, yeah, I bet you thought he was hugging me. I go, yeah, he wasn't. He had his hand on my neck. And she said, every time you took a step towards me, he kept pressing harder and harder and harder. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling it right now. And she goes, I knew one thing. If I supported you in any way, testified in any way that would hurt him, I would be dead. And the way she said it I totally believed her. And she goes, I didn't know if you were going to believe me. I didn't know what the jury was going to do. I didn't know what the judge was going to do, but I knew what he would do to me. And I just like, I'm still like touched by all of that, because I also feel like we need to have that training on DV dynamics before you go into that courtroom. And it was that day that I promised her and I promised myself that I would continue to learn. Because I think when it comes to strangulation, and we just had a webinar on this, our friends who wrote the article about recantation, Meet Me at the Hill where we used to meet. That's all about the science of recantation. And as we were doing this webinar recently with the top 2 researchers on recantation, there's a science to recantation that we're going to be talking about later. And now that I think back, everything that Maria had told me that day, she had experienced. And we just didn't get it, but now we get it. And what I learned in that research article is that every one of those victims that they used in this study were strangled victims. And afterwards, we had a conversation with the researchers. And I said, is it fair to say that the strangled victim is the victim more likely to recant? And to a person, they said yes. So I think that's why we're all here. And I will keep going now with the law. Because the law I also found was critical. You got to know the statute and you got to know what evidence to collect. And the more evidence we collect, the more guilty pleas you will have. The forensic nurses have played a key role in the conviction rate that we have in San Diego now, but it took a long time to get there. So today we do get to celebrate because initially we had no idea, no plan to try to pass strangulation laws across the United States. But when I tried to go to the police academy and tried to add a class on strangulation, I was able to convince the lieutenant. But the lieutenant said, Gail, you don't have to convince me because you already did. But what you have to do is convince Post. Post is responsible for the training that law enforcement receives. And in order to convince Post, you're going to have to pass a law. And I was so naive in the young years. Like, I go, you need to pass a law? Sure, let's go do it. And little did I know that it's not that easy. So ultimately, now we have 50 states that have passed felony strangulation laws. That's something, Ellen, that I think could be helpful to a judge. Your Honor, this is a type of crime that is so different, so dangerous that every state in America has passed it. And not only that, we've got the federal code, the military code, at least 20 tribal codes have now included, and other countries are passing standalone laws like Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Ireland, and the UK. Next is on our website, we keep track of all these laws, and I add new case law as well. So we're adding our new case law, and thanks to Ellen, she helped me find a couple of more that we could add to our website about how your courts are taking strangulation seriously. This is the federal legislation that I was bragging about before. It does a great job, like your statute, and really calling out strangulation, obstruction of blood flow, suffocation, obstruction of airflow. But it also gave us a gift that is not in your statute, and the gift is that there is no visible injury required. Now, this was huge for prosecutors because we kept thinking you had to have a visible injury in order to prove strangulation, and you don't. You also don't need loss of consciousness to prove strangulation, but what you do need is the training and the medical experts to testify. This particular definition I think is great. I don't think it's pretty close to your statute, not as I think lengthy, but definitely very close. They say 10 years, and you're right, Mildred, I don't know where she went. You have the 5 to 10 years. And then what happens is that when you pass a federal law, as I mentioned, there's a sentencing process that goes on. And ultimately, after they had testimony and they had briefs, the court actually believed that 10 years was what was warranted and that it needed to be a felony. For the military, I just like telling the military that you included it in your code, but you did not include a definition. But by executive order, now the military code follows the federal definition of strangulation and suffocation. Now, New Jersey, I think you guys came in about 2017 to pass your strangulation law. And as you will see, I love your language because it is not a specific intent crime. It is a general intent crime. And you've got it in different categories: knowingly under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference. That's when you don't care. You're absolutely careless. You don't even care if someone lives or dies. Recklessly obstructs the breathing or blood circulation of a person. Your law does limit it to victims of domestic violence. I would say over the years, we have gone away from victims of domestic violence only that should be protected. Many of our states now protect all individuals who are strangled. And then, of course, you've got your 2019, there it is, 5 to 10 years and up to 150,000. So when I do talk about a law, and given that you guys are on a momentum, is there a way that you think now that you've been using this for a while that you can improve it? Okay, Ellen's going, she's thinking about it. Jennifer, I think you even said yes. Let me just share a couple of things that other states have done. Visible injury is not required in the federal statute and a number of state statutes. One way to kind of help is to kind of think about no visible injury is required. I would recommend that. The other one is chest and torso. Working with victims of strangulation, they said, Gail, when we get strangled, we're down on the ground. And when we try to fight back or when we come to, we run. And when we run out the door, they grab you, they pull your hair, they drag you back in, they sit on top of you, restrain you, and then you're having a difficult time breathing, and then they apply pressure to your neck too. So that is called positional asphyxia. So many states are now going back to fix their statute. And then I would say training is my biggest do-over. We're going to go back to California and pass ours. You're already doing it by your attorney general, which is huge. This is the only attorney general in the United States that has taken this significant of a step to try to make sure that in every county you have your brief team, which I think is so good, but you can also go back and add the statute, which makes it perfectly clear. Because the other tricky piece is that you don't want victims to get a bill when they seek medical attention for their imaging. There are workarounds because many of our family justice centers now have representation from the Victims Crime Fund in a family justice center. Or you can work with your hospital to direct bill maybe a family justice center. But the whole point is, just like your sexual assault cases, your sexual assault victims don't get a bill. So why should a DV victim get a bill? So that's been the challenge that we're working on. So I'm happy to report that we have 5 states that have fixed that. We're also focusing more on the children. In our study, there's about, on average, kids are present in a home of domestic violence about 70–75% of the time. The question is, did they witness the strangulation? We don't have enough research on that yet, but I think we can all agree, based on our experience, that kids who witness their mothers being strangled, especially to the point of loss of consciousness, are being significantly traumatized. They believe their mothers are dead. And the total impact of that, we're still trying to figure out. So my pitch and Joe's pitch, as he continues to talk about children who are strangled, is we got to make them exist. So are you charging child endangerment? Are you talking to the kids when you respond to domestic violence? The only study that's been done to date is in Australia, where they figured out if mom is strangled, they're doing a better job of documenting how often the kids are being strangled too. So they're charging the strangulation against mom, and about 9% of the time, the strangulation against a child. And I would say Oregon has the best statute when it comes to children who either witness their mothers being strangled, or the hard one too is many of our pregnant victims are being assaulted when they're pregnant for the very first time. And then that's going to be a little bit harder to prove, but Oregon solved it by saying if it was witnessed by a minor child under the age of 10 or the victim is pregnant, And then in California, we decided to fight harder to make sure that our victims get the medical attention that they need and also to protect our police officers. So one, we passed the duty to warn and the duty to track law. The duty to warn is when our officers respond and you find out that a victim has been strangled, you can't leave the house, you can't leave the building without warning her about something. And the something is, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. The first one is, I need to tell you that you may have internal injuries and you need to seek medical attention. There's only one way to rule that out, and that's imaging. Two, you are at high risk of being killed, and because of that, you need to talk to an advocate about safety planning. We want to make sure you are safe. So that's what they're required to do. The second part of that is the duty to track. We were not tracking the stranglers. So that means if we're not tracking them, we're not giving that information to police officers, but what we did is also included in our dispatchers. So the Sacramento Family Justice Center has made that a practice. Now, the next thing I wanted to share with you is for the prosecutors or civil attorneys that are in the room is learning about a legislative intent. And so this legislative intent came out of Washington when they passed their strangulation law. I always say we got to do better with respect to writing our civil restraining orders and also our police reports. So they made it as part of legislative intent. Strangulation is one of the most lethal forms of domestic violence. They also explained why strangulation should be a felony. So that last sentence, Ellen, I think really goes to your point about why judges need to take strangulation seriously. And for the advocates, for the police officers and prosecutors, I would say sprinkle a little more information about strangulation, educating everyone, because not everyone is getting trained in strangulation. So what do you think about adding strangulation is one of the most lethal forms of domestic violence into your report? Because what I've learned going to the police academy and training at the police academy is that you can say, I have received training in understanding drugs, DUI. Well, I received training in domestic violence. I've received training in strangulation. I know strangulation is inherently dangerous. You can cause somebody to pass out in a matter of seconds. Somebody can die in a matter of minutes. And we already know that strangulation is one of the most lethal forms of domestic violence. If somebody contests that, guess what? It's supported by a published case decision from Washington. So that's an argument that I would definitely want to fight about. I am looking at the time. We're at 11:54. My mother taught me well. She said, you never get in the way of people and their food. When the food is ready, you serve it. When it's time to take a break for lunch, you stop no matter where you are. But we have some time. Ellen? Oh, I think it's because of Zoom.
Thank you.
We are
So
happy that our Zoom friends are here.
All right, yeah. Thank you, Anna. I just wanted to ask you one quick question about the New Jersey statute and the language. I don't know if you can go back, but just to get in the weeds a little bit.
Definitely can.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing you suggest, I just really want to get in the weeds for a second. It would be better to add language that talks about, okay, yeah. So breathing, blood flow, pressure on the throat or neck, blocking nose or mouth. You're talking about adding something that would say something like compressing the diaphragm or breathing apparatus or breathing mechanism, chest. Okay. So you're talking about modifying that 2C:12-1 to add that, the sitting on the chest and stopping
And
people's
no
ability to
visible
breathe.
injury, external visible injury required.
Okay. All right.
Making it really simple.
All right. Yeah, there's a book called No Visible Bruises. I don't know if you've heard of
Yeah.
that, but okay. All right. Thank you.
Sometimes it's in the case law, but it's also nice when it's in the statute because our police officers are going to look at the statute and they're going to collect the evidence. And then they've got to have probable cause to arrest. And then the prosecutors are going to make sure that they've got enough to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. Any other questions? No? We got 4 minutes. I'm not going to lose 4 minutes. I'm going to keep going then. We'll at least start our medical. All right, we'll start medical. Here's what you need to know about strangulation. One of our doctors made it very simple because we said, if we're going to teach everyone, this is what I need to know. Because if I go into the courtroom, I got to make it so simple that everybody can understand. So our doctors have basically concluded, and they have consensus, people need to know that air goes in and out, blood goes round and round. They're working together to make sure that we are breathing. They said if you interrupt one or both, bad things can happen very quickly. Much more so than when you obstruct blood flow, you can pass out in a matter of seconds. If you obstruct airflow only, it's going to take you longer for someone to pass out. One of the things that I did not know when I started to do this work is I thought it was all about airway. Airway, airway, airway. And I even remember getting ready for closing argument and anticipating that the defense attorney would say, well, what's the big deal about obstruction of airway? Because you can hold your breath. But what we now know is that most of our cases, when you go for the neck, there is an obstruction of blood flow, and the neck is extremely vulnerable. The other piece that I learned from a pathologist, Dr. Dean Hawley, he said to me, he goes, Gail, you have to understand that the brain has a very small gas tank. And if it doesn't get good blood, meaning that blood with oxygen, bad things can happen very quickly. Because the other myth that I thought is that it was all or nothing. Little did I know about altered state of consciousness. So what he explained to me is that every second that your brain does not get oxygen, it is already being deprived of it. And sometimes victims think that they can't breathe, but literally they can. They can literally breathe until they die. It's that lack of oxygen that's happening. It's kind of like your car when the light goes on, when it says you have no gas, your brain is telling your whole body, warning, 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 bad things are starting to happen to you. So that's plain English. I got my little sign, so I will stop there. We will go into more of the medical terms when we get back. And in fact, Joe will help me. He's going to explain petechiae to you. He's going to explain all kinds of things. And if Joe can do it, all of us can do it because I can do it too. Together we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just two housekeeping items before we break for lunch. One, you see us all running around with microphones to catch everybody because we have people joining on Zoom. So please be patient as we're trying to reach you. And thank you for that. And then two, for those of you who need counseling credits, we do have a sign-in sheet at the registration desk for NBCC, the National Board of Certified Counselors. So please sign in so you can get those credits. Now go enjoy your lunch and we'll see you soon. Thanks.
What time do they get back? And I told her that, it was like, and I told her, and we're gonna work on a comeback because it's exactly. It's. We're like.
You follow the Strangulation Institute or the Alliance for Hope, they're all over the world. I want to thank you because we didn't make it easy with all the grant requirements to have them here. So I really want to give them a very big round of applause because they have supported Middlesex County from the very beginning. And we had a very difficult case and we knew we had a lot of people at the table, prosecutors, advocates, child protective services, human services. We called you guys and, you know, you explained the thought of the Family Justice Center and all the benefits. And I just remember it took us a minute to be like, wow, you guys figured this out. So they supported this model from the beginning. It's made us better. The theme of this conference is We're Better Together. And you're officially part of the Family Justice Center and Women Aware. So thank you very much.
Well, like I said, how can you say no to these wonderful ladies? Well, again, congratulations. I looked up the number that you are in New Jersey. You're number 42 in the United States as far as the number of domestic violence homicides. So you're down there and they're not up there. I hope you understand the significance of this when all the homicides are going up. Okay, so what does all this mean?
You're not mic'd.
Okay.
Do you want me to put this?
Let me put that chair. Okay. Sounds good.
My job is to tell you my.
There you go. Well, if I had my way, I'd be down there, moving around, but I also am sensitive to the fact that we have a lot of wonderful people on Zoom. I don't know, do they have the ability to chat or ask questions? No? Oh, that's too bad, because hopefully they do have questions, but I don't know how. Can they text it to somebody? As a former director of the Family Justice Center, there's always a solution to every problem, more than one. Just to give them the opportunity to be involved.
Post out information, numbers and email.
Okay, perfect. That'll work. There you go. Okay, so there's all this terminology. Terminology is important.
Joe is going to talk specifically about minimal facts interview and how he does a great job. There's something about Joe where people just like start talking to him and they can like confess, they tell all kinds of information. I'm surprised he didn't get all like, no, Nate. Nate has now the fifth one. Nate, when you do this really well, especially the advocates, you guys do it naturally, trauma-informed interviewing, you get it. But it's really fun to see our police officers, when they apply trauma-informed interviewing, they're getting confessions from these guys. They're using the same techniques when you interview a victim to interview suspects. Nate in particular, he is a detective from Missoula, Montana. And he's been said, for the officers in the room, you guys will get a kick out of this. Every time he gets a confession, he also has the defendant, the strangler, demonstrate how he strangled the victim. We've got 5 photos. The other competition that's happening with all of our DV detectives, I call them Jedis, they're now competing to see who gets the first search warrant for Alexa, you know, that device that we have in homes sometimes, where they're recording the domestic violence that's going on in the home. And if you get a search warrant, you could probably get the whole thing documented. Okay, so what we're going to do now is just kind of go through some of the terminology. We did that one. I'm going the wrong way. There we go. Get back on track. All right, went 1 too far. All right, so initially, as we were starting to do our work, we didn't overemphasize terminology until we got to the second level when we were ready to get that training. So our doctors first, we decided to have a medical definition that we're all going to work with. You'll see this medical definition in some states, and you also see this medical definition in some case law. And basically what it says is strangulation is a form of asphyxia, and that word you need to know, characterized by the closure of blood vessels and or air passages of the neck as a result of external pressure on the neck. So the 3 words that I had to learn, and also we go through this in our trainings, hypoxia, anoxia, and asphyxia. Hypoxia, I define it as low and slow, low oxygen level, because that's generally going to be suffocation and it's going to take longer. Anoxia is when you cut off all blood flow and things go really fast. So that means no oxygen whatsoever. And then asphyxia, the way I have learned to remember it, is the condition as a result of not getting enough blood flow or airflow. Then you suffer from asphyxia, which means altered state of consciousness, or it means that you have passed out. So choking, and we already talked about this. I felt like in some ways this morning, I go, I think I'm healed. I can retire now. Everybody who was talking about strangulation knew about all of this. So choking is something that is accidental. Strangulation is intentional, but we have to be careful how you use this terminology in your interviews and in court. There are actually 5, by my last count, appellate court decisions. Well, one of the issues had to do with the use of terminology because we weren't being careful about it. So if the victim uses the word choking, Joe will say, tell me what choking means to you, because we have discovered it means different things to different people. But then as professionals, we don't say the victim said she was strangled. So you have to continue to use their terminology. And then when you summarize that based on my investigation and based on what I saw, the signs and the symptoms, I believe that these signs and symptoms are consistent with strangulation. So we use the word strangulation. In the early years, the defense attorneys would object to us using the word strangulation. Why do you think defense attorneys didn't want us to use the word strangulation? Sounds bad. Yes, absolutely. Sounds serious. Sounds like somebody died. And I go, no, we need to use the correct terminology. And the other reason why you need statutes that clearly define what strangulation and suffocation is because if not, they end up going to the dictionary, meaning the judges. And when the judges go to the dictionary, it's not as clear. Okay, still going the wrong direction. You're gonna have to color code this for me. Still going in the wrong direction. What am I doing wrong? still going in the wrong direction. Okay, here we go. So the other thing that we do include this from the very beginning of our training, and I was trained by Dr. Dean Hawley. He was the doctor, the only doctor that I could find back then who knew anything about strangulation. Think about that. A pathologist, the guy who determines cause and manner of death, was the only one that could really help educate us and come up with this training. And so when we did, I asked Dean, I go, Dean, I know you're really smart, but I really need to dumb this down so it's really easy for anyone to understand and appreciate this. One of the things he did say is that we need to talk about manual or ligature. And from his perspective, he said, anytime you see ligature, we should all be thinking about an attempted murder case. In fact, I'm going to show you some recent research where the researchers now believe that's exactly what we should be doing. But for many years, we had to work very hard to get it from a misdemeanor to a felony, then keep it as a felony. Now we're working really hard to charge more cases as attempted murder. So I want to go through the anatomy, and the anatomy to me is very important because this is where you help explain to victims and to others why the neck is vulnerable. And I did not appreciate how vulnerable the neck was until I had this training. In fact, for many years, I would worry about my kids. I would worry about them hurting their head, right? All of us have made sure that when the kids are on their bicycles, what do we say? Wear a helmet. But I never said protect the head and protect the neck. And the neck is actually more vulnerable than the head itself. So I would say as you go forward, start talking to your kids and grandkids about protect the head, protect the neck, and I'm going to share why the neck is so vulnerable. So Dean made it very clear. He goes, what you really need to know is about 4 important things: muscles, vessels, bones, and cartilage. And going to muscles first, if he were here, because he did retire, he would say, well, I want everybody to memorize all of the terms in Latin and English and know exactly what every muscle is responsible for. And I said, Dean, I don't think we need that. We just need to know that there are a lot of muscles. And a lot of muscles are all responsible for something. But what happens when pressure is applied to the neck? Can the muscles be injured? And he said, absolutely. So you've got muscles that can be stretched, they can be torn, there could be injury, and in some places, the strap muscle, that muscle behind the ear that connects all the way to the collarbone, can rip off from behind the ear. And he actually said that's actually something we should all be doing, is looking behind the ear of victims, because that could be a clue about strangulation. In fact, that might be the only injury that you might find. And that simple tip we never did, and now we do it all the time. And we're going to give you a Tanika story. So we did apply everything that we learned in our adult cases to our children cases. And guess what? When you get trained and you're told where to look, you start looking. And one of our early child abuse cases, we found that bruising behind the ear, which was indicative of, and generally this is what happens, is if you have like a chokehold, for example, somebody comes from the rear, wraps their arm around your neck, you start feeling that pressure, you start feeling uncomfortable, you start feeling dizzy, you start feeling like you can't breathe, you're going to start instinctively to fight back. You're going to try to break free. Somebody could be trying to grab you even harder, pulling your neck. And all that stretching can actually cause the damage, not only to muscles, but your carotid arteries and or veins. So that was a really important tip. We also created for our prosecutors and experts to use in court vital neck structures. There are a lot more, but we're going for the main ones. You got your carotid artery, which is number 1, color-coded in red. Red means it's got good oxygen. That good oxygen is going to the brain. The brain takes everything that it needs and essentially kicks it out. Good blood goes up, bad blood goes down. It goes down the veins, number 2, blue, to represent that has a lack of oxygen. Then it goes into the lungs and the hearts, and everything is circulating. Blood goes round and round and air goes in and out. Then you've got your hyoid bone, number 3. What did Gina in the video say and share that was fractured? Okay, so the hyoid bone. Before all of this, I thought if you had a fractured hyoid bone, that meant you were dead. The thing that we do not know is how many women are out there with their fractured hyoid bone and don't even know it. And yesterday, I ended up meeting a police officer from Idaho. He came up to me at the break and he goes, Gail, I'm one of those case studies. I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, when we were still able to use the vascular neck restraint, my idiot partner applied the vascular neck restraint to me. He didn't do it correctly. He applied a lot of pressure and he fractured my hyoid bone. And sometimes you can correct it and sometimes you can't, and sometimes you just have to live with the pain. But he explained the excruciating pain, the difficulty swallowing, and then you have to wonder how many of those cases are out there because they didn't seek medical attention. And he said to this day, his voice will change spontaneously while he's talking, that sometimes he has difficulty swallowing and feels like it's going to choke. But I was grateful, and I encouraged him to go back to his doctor to see if they can publish that, because there's only one published case of a woman that survived a fractured hyoid bone that was documented. And there's no visible injury, and he confirmed he didn't have that. Everything was internal. Then you have your thyroid, cricoid, and tracheal rings. All of those cartilage are protecting your airway. And if the airway, because you can get the cartilage in between, is cracked, essentially air is escaping. And then your whole neck ends up like exploding like a blowfish. And then you can also have internal swelling from that damage that makes it very difficult, if not impossible, to breathe. So there's all kinds of immediate and long-term consequences. The next thing that I needed to learn to be able to explain is loss of consciousness, because at the beginning we were going for loss of consciousness and we were wrong. What we needed to focus on was altered state of consciousness before someone completely passes out. And once you get to the point of loss of consciousness, victims don't remember what happened. And that was another thing that came up yesterday in Idaho from a civil attorney. I immediately thought of you, Ellen. Her name was Nancy, and she said, I had a client. I was working on getting a restraining order, and we now screen for strangulation. And when I asked her if anybody had, applied pressure to her neck, she goes, I don't know. But what I do know is I have a sore throat that I can't explain. And then ultimately, she said later, her husband admitted that he ended up strangling her, and that was the reason for the sore throat. So, and that's important, because the question I used to ask victims is, did you pass out? And the forms that we have generally say yes or no. They rarely say, I don't know, or maybe. And if you force someone to say yes or no, my experience is most of them will say no, even when it's yes. There's going to be a new article by one of our faculty members that is just published from Sean Dugan. Sean Dugan not only went to our advanced course, he was an ER doc, he was also a pediatrician, and then he opened up the first strangulation TBI, traumatic brain injury clinic in Shasta, California. From his experience, those 50% or those victims that tell you no, half of them actually did pass out. They just can't remember. And I'm going to be talking about the hippocampus. Ellen. Thank you.
See, I can be trained. So, all right, one of the victims who was here earlier but left said to me, how is that going to hamper a prosecutor from trying the case? Because if the victim's going to be asked, well, did you pass out? Did you lose consciousness? And they can't remember. I don't know. I'm not sure. All I know is the next thing I remember was I was on the floor. I woke up on the floor. What's the prosecutor going to do with that?
Smile. And it's because she just gave you corroboration to the fact that she passed out. Because number one, there is no test that you can take that proves strangulation. But the fact that they don't remember, that is consistent with loss of consciousness. That is consistent with being strangled. So Nicole would know this. As you testify in court, all you can say is that these signs, these symptoms are consistent with strangulation. And before, I would have said she was absolutely right. Before, if a victim said, I don't know, I can't remember, my natural instinct was, holy cow, she's already going to recant. She's going to minimize. Or I used to think there's going to be a credibility issue. Little did I know that I could use that evidence to our advantage to corroborate the fact that she had been strangled. And so it was a good question that she asked, and we've learned to overcome it. And we also need expert testimony, whether it's a police officer, an advocate, or medical. But I think when you start prosecuting these cases more aggressively, I would definitely start with medical testimony, because what you're also doing is now you are training judges. So one tip that I learned as a prosecutor to try to get judges trained without them knowing about it is that I would call our police officers as experts at bail hearings, at sentencing hearings, and kind of practice. And then when we became civil attorneys, we would have our police officers practice in civil court at a restraining order hearing to gather their confidence. And also they can say, have you ever qualified before as an expert? Yes, in civil court for a restraining order. All right, so Joe's now going to talk about the connection, the link to kids. I think I finally figured it out, Joe. This button right there.
Yeah, that's how I go forward.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So have you guys ever heard of the thing called the choking dick game? Okay. I used to play it when I was little. I thought it was just kind of fun. You know, you go, you put your head between your legs, you breathe in and out deep, real, you know, as many times as you were supposed to, and your friend would put his hands around your neck and you pass out. So I was like one of those really stupid kids. Like I could be convinced to go anywhere and do anything. Somebody was like, I had this idea, we're going to break into the school. I'd be like, that's a terrible idea. What time should I be there? You know, like that was just the way that it was for me. So I was either become a cop or go to prison, one of the two. So this is the choking game. So this is what kids are doing. We're going to watch a quick video so you can understand how it works.
So, how does the choking game work? There's a lot of variations, but they all come down to the same thing. Choking on purpose to cut off the flow of blood to the brain.
See, when people think of blood flowing through your body, the first thing that comes to mind is your heart, which pumps the blood.
But it's your brain that gets the biggest share of that blood. Your brain needs around 20% of the oxygen you breathe to function normally, and the only way to get that is from fresh blood that comes directly from your heart.
But sometimes people choke themselves, maybe using their hands or something like a belt or a rope.
After they do that for a little while, they start to feel lightheaded because their brain's actually being suffocated. Then, when they just can't take it anymore, they release the pressure on their chest or neck.
And then all that blood that was blocked up floods the brain all at once.
So, at right around this time, their brain cells are starting to die by the thousands.
And as the cells die, there's a chemical release that sets off a warm and fuzzy feeling.
But what people have to realize is that this feeling is actually just their brain dying. And that's about it. Even if they're lucky enough to survive, they've already killed off millions of brain cells that they'll never get back.
All right, so that's kind of something that we need to drive home to kids, right? I never thought I'd have to live in a world where we have to tell kids not to eat Tide Pods, right? We shouldn't be doing that. That's a stupid challenge. So is the choking game. It's stupid. The good feeling you're getting is your brain cells dying, all right? It's the same thing as like doing some whippets, all right? You're getting that good feeling, no oxygen, your brain cells are dying. Same as the choking game here. So, and these are just some of the faces of the children that are dying. So a lot of the research that we have on the choking game comes from kids playing it, posting it on YouTube, and then researchers can walk it back and see what happened when they went unconscious. You watch these kids have seizures, it's wild. So normally YouTube takes this stuff down, it doesn't stay up anymore, but it is out there and kids are doing it. So please talk to them. A lot of times our strangulation stuff is in the context of some sort of crime. You know, the choking game is a little bit different, but if you have children playing with each other, the person applying the strangulation to the other is not released of liability. So those kids have and will and can go to jail for their actions. So here's just a little bit of statistics, some data. So it used to be tracked, the choking game, as of 2007. I don't know why they don't track it anymore, but CDC no longer tracks it. So 1,400 kids died in that 15-year period. At one point, there was 36 million hits on YouTube for a choking game. So it is out there. It is fairly prevalent. The People magazine just had a bomb on. Oh, God.
Okay.
All right, I better go. You know me, I'm superstitious. That sounds like I should.
He really is.
Stepped on a crack. I'm like, Mom, are you okay? No, but anyway, it's out there. Just, just be aware of it. This is another example. This young girl decided to play the blackout challenge on TikTok. By the time her mom got home, she was brain dead. She was rushed to the hospital. They tried to save her, but they couldn't. Several days later, she died. So TikTok is currently under a lawsuit regarding the content that comes up on its platform. I'm sure it's one of many, but it is very, very sad when kids are just doing something stupid because they think it's a little bit fun, and they end up losing their lives over it. So what do we know about pediatric strangulation? Not a whole lot. So we know that it's underappreciated by law enforcement, as is every sort of child abuse crime out there. Children don't report right away, which they don't report any crimes that occur to them right away. I mean, how often do you get a child abuse, a sex abuse case, and it's a month later, a year later, and very similar to strangulation cases. The language isn't there all the time. They can't always explain. There's a delay in care. And we are also looking a lot at moms as perpetrators or females as perpetrators in these cases. And something that's important to note about the dynamic shift. So DV, strangulation in the context of domestic violence, is a power and control. In the context of child abuse, it is a loss of control. So mom and dad, the kid just won't stop crying. They're doing all this crazy stuff. And mom or dad loses control and does a strangulation, which can be very, very effective at rendering a child unconscious and getting them to stop screaming. There's a case from Bear, Delaware, right? I was talking smack about Delaware over here, but okay. So Bear, Delaware, there was a daycare there, and a young woman, 18 years old, was working there. And infants would cry and scream and cry. And she found out that if she suffocated and strangled them at the same time, they stopped crying and went to sleep. Until one day she killed one of the babies. And then they went back on the camera and she strangled or she suffocated 6 different children on 26 different occasions. And from that, they're actually researching on how long it takes for babies to go unconscious and suffocation. So it's something awful, but it is a good study. And I commend the people that can sit there and watch babies get suffocated on camera. But just be aware, please don't ever do that. Oh my God. So this is the differences in kids. Children, they have those big heads, right? 25% of their bodies when they're infants. So bigger head, more oxygen is needed, more susceptible to damage to the brain. And that goes away as they get a little bit older. Their airway is a little bit different. It's more like a cone, less like a cylinder, so easier to block off. So where kids don't have the hyoid bones that are fully formed, so that doesn't break. Their cartilage is malleable. It doesn't really break in the same way that adults do. They have a lot of things going for them, but their throats, that passage is much smaller. The swelling can be much more significant, and they could completely stop being able to breathe much easier than an adult. So please be mindful of that when you're dealing with children that are strangled. I know there's quite a few child welfare workers here. A kind of disturbing trend that we've seen across the country from child welfare services workers is that when there's no visible injuries in cases, so say you get the referral, mom smacked her boy on the butt because he was being a pain, right? That comes to your office, and in San Diego, it was called evaluated out. We don't go on that. We're not rolling on that. So in a lot of states like Michigan and others, when strangulation comes across CPS desk, so mom or dad strangled their child to get them to stop screaming, get them to stop being a pain. If there's no visible injuries, there is nobody sent out on that. So is that something that happens in New Jersey? No injury, no response?
No, we go out on everything.
You go out on everything. So even like a spank?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is
You're
why
healed?
I'm healed.
So in a lot of states, they don't go out on that kind of stuff, including strangulation.
Do you have it in writing?
We have a state ethical registry that takes all of our calls, and there are very few things that don't generate a response, whether it's a child protection response or a family in need of services. We go
Oh,
back
the
on-
mic's coming for you.
Oh, sorry.
Obviously looking for
We do
that
both. We go
written
out
part of it.
on whether there's marks reported or not.
The calls come in and they either get generated as a child protection report or a family in need of services, child welfare services report, and we go out and assess.
Okay. I mean, that's good. A lot of states are not doing that. So there's no injury in a lot of strangulation cases in adults, and you would charge, but in other places, there's no injury and they're not sending people out. Okay.
I want a copy of your report.
She needs
Your
a copy of the policy. So the mechanisms are different. So it's like more likely to be a ligature because they're grabbing the clothes, which is also wrapping around the neck. Lost control, not power and control. Just a different motivation. So with law enforcement, when you have a power and control interview versus a loss of control interview, it's a little bit different. So how you approach them needs to change a little bit. All right, so loss of consciousness, or is that you, Gail?
Yeah. We're gonna go right into pressure because loss of consciousness is just blood.
Yeah,
flow.
okay, so we're going to get into pressure. We're gonna watch a video because it was post-lunch, right? Everybody's struggling. It happens. We try. This is like a really great video because it's not nice production value. They have scientists there. And this guy, he works for ESPN and he decides I'm going to have somebody named BJ Penn, which if you know MMA, choke me out for the purposes of science. So we get to watch him get strangled by BJ Penn and what happens afterwards. So here we go.
BJ Penn is one of the best submission artists in the UFC. It only takes 5 pounds of force to choke someone out. That's less force than it takes to break an egg. But our data shows that BJ can deliver 34 times more force than necessary. To find out exactly what happens during this submission, we're gonna wire me up with the most technology ever used to study the rear naked choke. Time to sacrifice my body for science.
So we put 3 different types of equipment on John. We put an F-near sensor, which will tell us blood flow in his frontal cortex. We put an EEG, which will tell us the electrical activity in his brain. And then we put a heart rate monitor that will also give us a respiratory rate.
You definitely don't wake up and say, I can't wait to get choked at work today. Do not try this at home. I'm only doing it because I'm gonna be in the hands of a pro. Hold on. Wait, no. No, don't crush my windpipe.
3, 2, 1, choke.
Did I get choked out? Did we get him?
Yeah.
Our unprecedented data reveals exactly what happened moment by moment. Although the brain is only 2% of the body's weight, it utilizes 20% of the body's oxygen. And when BJ's forearms compress my carotid arteries, the blood flow, therefore oxygen supply, is reduced by 13% to my brain. 3 seconds in, muscle activity more than doubles. At 6 seconds, my vision starts to go. First, color fades. Then, a black curtain closes in for my peripheral vision. This curtain is the last thing I remember. At 8 seconds, interaction between the 8.2 billion neurons in my frontal cortex has stopped, halting my short-term memory. And at 9 seconds, I'm out cold. My brain is in survival mode and powers down my entire body. My heart rate drops from 124 to 80. Respiratory rate drops by 55%. At this point, electrical activity in my brain has been reduced by 65%. After BJ releases the choke, my heart aggressively pumps to push oxygen-rich blood back to my brain at 12 milliliters per second. And amazingly, The world's most sophisticated computer, the human brain, reboots in only 3 seconds. And the only residual effect is a 5-second gap in my memory.
Did I get choked out? I thought we had not done it. I felt pressure and then I was talking again. I did not feel passing out at all.
In the UFC, 95% of fighters tap out before losing consciousness. And because of the rules in the octagon, no one has ever been seriously injured because of a chokeout.
I way rather get choked out than knocked out. No cuts, all your teeth are still in your mouth. You know, you got nothing to worry about.
We discovered some incredible data, but make no mistake about it, choking is dangerous business, and it's best left to the pros. For Sports Science on ESPN, I'm John Brinkus.
All right. Wait. All right. So choking is best left to the pros, ladies and gentlemen. So one thing, like a good takeaway from this video, right? This guy woke up this morning, drove to work, and said, I'm going to get strangled to the point of unconsciousness today. Did he remember it? No. So do your victims remember it? So it's not a fair question to ask. So you have to ask things around that to figure out if somebody went unconscious. Because this is what he knew he was doing that day. This was not in the context of a fight or flight traumatic incident. This was like for funsies for him. This is what I'm getting paid for. And he doesn't remember it at all. So keep that in mind. And it didn't, there's no bruising. He's not injured, that we can see. And some of the information is just wrong. If you think that MMA fighters don't have strokes at 40 from being strangled, or they're not punch drunk by the time that they're, 30 or 40, it's just not really true. So this is how you go unconscious. It's pressure, occlusion, no blood flow, no airflow, and then you go unconscious. So that, I don't know in New Jersey if anybody has enough time on that you use the carotid restraint. Is that something that law enforcement was using? Were you ever allowed to use carotid restraint? Okay. So in NYPD, we were not allowed to use it unless it was deadly force. When I went to San Diego, we used it and it was encouraged. And our use of force was active resistance. So somebody that was like sitting on the curb protesting a hell no, we won't go type of thing, I could walk up behind them, strangle them unconscious, handcuff them, and take them off the set. And as a result of that, in my law enforcement training, I have been strangled probably 50 times to the almost point of unconsciousness. So all that's gone away now since 2020, but that was definitely encouraged part of our use of force techniques. Use tracheal occlusion, it's making me say things like trachea. So the trachea is the thing that takes the most pressure to block. So that airway, so we thought it was always airway, before Gail's study and before we knew anything. But airway is hard to block off. So when you're starting to get damage to the trachea, the windpipe, or airway is blocked, we know that it was an awful lot of pressure. So 33 pounds of pressure versus 4 pounds of pressure is a pretty huge difference there. This is just a little chart so you can understand how little it takes. So with the carotid restraint, so we're blocking off that carotid artery, bringing blood up to your head. That's 11 pounds. That might sound like a lot, but cops, what are your trigger pulls here in New Jersey? Like, is it, if it's 10 pounds, maybe 11, what is it? And you can do that with one finger. So imagine what you can do with your whole forearm and bicep, especially if you're as huge as I am, probably at least 1,000 pounds. So here's just some examples of what the pressure is and different things. So your average adult male handshake, 80 to 100 pounds. Nobody's breaking their hands when they shake somebody else's hand. So it's not a lot of pressure. Yeah, your carotid and jugular are not protected by a whole lot. So it doesn't take a whole lot to really block them off. The hippocampus is just this little thing here. So we talked about our friend in the SPM video. He did not remember being strangled. And that's because it's impossible to remember when you're unconscious. Because when you're unconscious, your hippocampus does not file memories anymore. So the things that were occurring just before and the things just after are going to be fuzzy at best. And what's occurring while you're unconscious is not going to be there. You can't go back to the memory and pull it out because you weren't there. So like I said before, the question of did you go unconscious, sometimes people might know. And there was a question asked about how do you figure it out? And that's when you say, well, the victim described that she was in the living room and sitting up, and the next thing you know, she's on the floor, waking up. She doesn't know how she got there. And you can do based on my training and experience in strangulation, I believe that she went unconscious. And that's a fair thing for you to write in your report as a police officer, because you do become experts in domestic violence and strangulation just because this is what you do. And how long does it take to lose consciousness? So this is how we know. So this beautiful study right here from 1944 called the Rosen study. This is something that could not be repeated today. So what they did was they got a couple hundred volunteers from a prison and 12 additional volunteers, schizophrenic patients from a psychiatric ward. And they decided for the war effort. So what was going on at the time is our pilots were flying, dropping bombs, and as they were pulling up, they were going unconscious. And we needed to figure out why was this happening, what was going on that was causing this to happen to our pilots. So they built these strangulation devices with our volunteers in the study, and they started to apply pressure with that device. And very shortly thereafter, they started to go unconscious, which is how we have it takes 6 to 10 seconds, et cetera, and when people are going unconscious, when they're urinating, when they're defecating. And it's all from this story and all as part of the war effort. So this is what we were seeing. So the 11 schizophrenic and 126 normal young men. So that was the study, and they did 500 controlled strangulations on that population. So I think, Gail, the schizophrenic patients, they had them laid down, and then they strangled them for, I think, 100 seconds, right? And watched them urinate and defecate and clock the time. The other inmates that were not schizophrenic were allowed to tap out, but none of them were able to tap out before they went unconscious. And very often when they were waking up from being unconscious, they were argumentative about having gone unconscious at all. So that's where all this information comes from. That's where the data comes from. And this 1944 study is going to be the only study of its kind on this strangulation for probably really good reason. I'd like to find a world where 11 schizophrenics are volunteering to be strangled. It's wild, but different time, different place, but still good information nonetheless. Let's get through some of this information. So this is where the 6 to 8 seconds come from. This is where they were tracking those delta waves, things that I don't really understand, things I don't really have to understand as a police officer. I just know that at 6 to 8 seconds, people lose consciousness. And then at 10 to 15 seconds, 10 to 30 seconds, they start urinating, defecating. And then I know what that means for me when somebody starts to urinate and defecate. When somebody's urinating, when they're being strangled, has anybody ever seen or heard of one of those cases where people lose bowel or bladder continence? What that means is that your brain is shut down and now you are starting to die. So the things that you don't really need to survive are turning off. So the muscles that keep all of us in this room from peeing ourselves right now are not vital to survival, and they start to shut down at about that 10-second, 15-second mark, and so on. So that's why it's important. In California, when somebody urinates or defecates, I could charge and the DAs would move forward with an attempted homicide because that means the suspect continued to hold on to the neck for several seconds after the victim went unconscious. And that's when you could start to get to things like intent of what were they really intending to do. Here's a timeline. It's a great resource. So you can see about a lot of this stuff is a little bit general. It's not a locked in science because everybody's anatomy is different. Everybody's a little bit different. Sometimes people are using drugs, alcohol, that changes things. Nobody gets strangled without putting up a fight. So there could be temporary release of pressure, which extends the timeline. But in general, this is what we see in our strangulation cases. And we just did a Facebook, we do Facebook Live once a month, and we do different topics. And this was one of the topics. So if you want to know a little bit more, all of our Facebook Lives are kind of archived, and you can watch the different topics that kind of, that you might find interesting or might find useful. So this is the Pittsburgh video, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is another great video where we can watch what happens when somebody is strangled. So this gentleman here, the video is titled "My First Night in Iraq," and it's a bunch of dudes in an army barracks having a good time, and they know this strangulation chokehold thing is part of their training, and they want to try it out. So Pittsburgh is the young man who decides he's going to volunteer for this. It's going to date the video because he's excited to post it to MySpace. Okay, so you're gonna watch Pittsburgh getting choked out.
Pittsburgh getting choked out right here. Yes.
It's going on MySpace. MySpace.
I'm gonna want to see this for a while. And he goes to sleep. Pittsburgh, you're gonna die. And he's asleep right there. Oh, he's being serious.
All right, so that was a young, strong, healthy man, and you saw how quickly he went unconscious. Did he even really know he went unconscious? Okay, and you saw the seizure afterwards. So seizures are also something that's very common, an anoxic seizure, just like a seizure that occurs because you don't have oxygen in your brain. Very common post strangulation. So this was not part of a traumatic situation, domestic violence situation. He was there with his buddies having like a consensual strangulation fun time. But you can see at the end of it, I don't know how I'll say, yeah. Except, he was having this was for fun, right? This was not under duress. This was for MySpace at the time, and and that's the kind of stuff that can happen. So just great videos that you find out there, but please don't try this at home. It's only for the experts. So these are some things that we're talking about: altered state of consciousness, going some unconscious. These are some of the things that we look for. So we had that question, did you go unconscious? You can start asking these other things to kind of get an idea of whether or not somebody went unconscious. And it is fair to say when somebody's describing some of these things, you can put in your report based on my training and experience. I believe that that she went unconscious. Am I going backwards? Okay.
No, I think there's just extra slides.
Okay, extra slides. Okay, so when we talk about consciousness, we have this idea that it's on or off, but it is actually more like a dimmer switch than a light switch. So right now we are fully on, most of us anyway, completely conscious, here, aware. I felt that post-lunch snooze thing, so maybe you're somewhere in the middle between fully conscious and fully unconscious. But there's a whole spectrum in between that we can all understand. If anybody in the room has ever passed out for whatever reason, oftentimes people say, I think I'm going to pass out. And you can feel it happening and you can remember going unconscious. That's an altered state of conscious. So you're not fully up, you're not fully down. So remember, there's a little bit of a spectrum in between all that. All right, so I'll give it to you for signs and symptoms for 100.
Come back in.
All right.
Thank you.
You got it.
There we go. Okay, signs and symptoms. So in your materials for the QR code, you will find this. We have it for adults. We also have it for children. Because you have attended this training, if you want any of our materials customized, specifically the brochures, we're able to get those to you in English and Spanish. They'll be able to put those with your logo, your contact information. And I'll give you information towards the end about who you need to email with your high definition logo.
Okay, so right now what I want to do is go back to one of our original studies. This study was conducted and published in the Journal of Emergency Medicine in 2001. Early on, we did not have this list. This list ultimately came up as a result of two things. One, the work that our officers did when we studied 300 cases, things would pop out. There were like emerging themes. And so that was the first one to validate all the signs and symptoms. We talked to survivors and we asked them after pressure was applied, what did you feel? What did you see? What were your symptoms? And we came up with the symptoms. The thing that I think surprised us all was how many victims reported stroke-like symptoms. So why we have a tremendous sense of urgency and concern is if you have damage to your carotid arteries, a carotid dissection, that can lead to a stroke. And that stroke can lead to death. And I am still concerned that there are young women who have had a stroke and died, and no one figured out that before they died, they were strangled. And when I went to our medical examiner, and this would probably be a homework assignment, is you need to be in contact with your medical examiner. You need to be in contact with your hospitals, because two things. I went to the medical examiner, Dr. Steve Campman, and I said, I'm learning more about strangulation. I'm learning more about strokes. And I'm now worried. I go, how many women stroked and died and people are getting away with murder? So I said, how do cases get to you? How many people die in San Diego? So he goes, Gail, before COVID, it was about 20,000 people in a population of, like 3 million people would die each and every year. Natural causes, accidents, suicide, you name it. And I said, well, how many autopsies do you do a year? He goes, about 3,000. And I go, how do you determine who gets an autopsy? Well, it's usually law enforcement that tells us there are certain things in the statute that mandate an autopsy. So if a kid dies, that's going to be an autopsy. Most states say if there's an inmate who dies in the custody of law enforcement, they're going to do an autopsy. But to this day, except for now in California, because we just had to pass a new law, there is no requirement to do an autopsy if there's a suicide or a staged suicide with a young woman with a history of domestic violence. That should be prima facie suspicious. And what I've also learned is that even though in the United States, we have a lot of death fatality reviews for kids and also domestic violence, and even though we have the authority to do a death review on a suicide, most death review teams do not look at suicides. If they do look at suicides and included in your fatality report is generally when there's a suicide and a murder and a suicide. So what I would encourage you to do, especially after you send a team to our hidden homicides course, is you got to look at suicides with the history of domestic violence with tremendous suspicion. Our last case that we're still working on, the death investigator determined the victim died by suicide in 14 minutes. I'm sorry, there's no way you can figure out everything you need to figure out in 14 minutes. This is something that I think as a mother, as a daughter, as anyone related to a family member of yours, if somebody were to die on their circumstances, I would want you prove to me that she died by suicide. So that's a place where we're going now because it's happening way too often. So coming back to this though, look at the numbers. 20% of the victims said, I had a droopy eyelid. 10% said I had a droopy face, and 18% said I thought I was having a heart attack. And what ended up happening in those cases, everybody thought they were having a heart attack or a stroke, and they immediately went to the hospital. None of these cases did we connect to a potential stroke. These were all cases that ultimately ended up being prosecuted as misdemeanors if they did, from that study of 300 cases. And if you go to the CDC, they have a lot of great information about strokes, but they have no information about strangulation. So needless to say, we're going to be calling CDC again, one more time, because also what's happening now, which is even scarier, is that there is a prevalence of strangulation during sex among young college students, about 60%. So if you have a son or daughter going to college, You need to talk to them about this issue. 60%. And most of it that's happening is happening without the victim's consent because folks are watching porn and they think porn is real. And then they watch that as a way of sex education. And then they kiss, hug, and strangle. And then good, young, innocent kids who may not know better are ending up being charged and or arrested for strangulation. Because this is scary. And I ended up talking to my brother who has a 13-year-old son, because I'm thinking he has a phone. And the statistics are these 13-year-olds are looking at porn on their phones. And after that long conversation, found out that he did have access to it. It was actually brought like a sleepover. And then when they end up like staying up late at night, what do you think these little teenagers are watching late at night? So I'd say if you have another sleepover, take those phones away. So next, I didn't know what that ptosis was. It's a droopy eyelid. In our study, we actually had a case where every photo had a droopy eyelid. Initially, I thought it was just a bad photo, so we missed it. Then I kind of did this kind of rewind the video. You know how you start to rewind the video, and then you start thinking about all the cases that I missed? And I started to think about all the women I had talked to in court when they wanted to drop charges, and I saw that droopy eyelid or I saw that stroke-like symptom, and I didn't lean in to ask them about it because I was too embarrassed to ask them about it because I didn't know how to ask them about it. And then one woman, and I want to share this tip with you, she was a victim and she could see I was struggling because I was trying to ask some very difficult questions. And then finally she just said, "Honey, I see that you have a good heart, and I see that you're having trouble asking me questions. Just ask me." And I thought, oh, thank you so much. And I think there are a lot of people like that who want you to just to lean in and ask them. Obviously, we got to do it in a sensitive way. But if they see your heart, they will be forgiving if you don't say it or ask it the right way. So the next thing I want to do is just show you some outrageous situations because as we talked about, most of our victims are going to have subtle to no visible external injury, but they can also have significant swelling to the neck, which as a result can cause them to not be able to breathe, and you got to move fast. So it's really important that your dispatchers are trained, your paramedics are trained, and you have a protocol. Our protocol now for all of our shelters, all of the hotline, intake at a family justice center, and even intake at civil is that we're going to ask about health first, because I am concerned about restraining orders. Many victims get restraining orders within a couple of days of being strangled. So first you got to figure out, do you need to seek medical attention? This young woman was strangled. She was beaten. She just kind of like her neck was swelling externally and internally because she had that cartilage that had cracked and air was escaping. Fortunately, she survived with an emergency tracheotomy. So that's going to be the extreme situation, and I think everybody would know that. But I think that why we've missed it has to do with the fact that we don't get the training and we don't understand what we don't see. So now I want to talk about petechia and going back to the timeline. The timeline was actually at the request of an advocate. An advocate suggested, you know, when you guys talk about how fast things can happen, that was really helpful. But can you give us a chart, something that I can show to a victim to help explain to them how inherently dangerous strangulation can be and how fast things can happen? It turns out that that chart that Joe showed you is now being introduced into court as an exhibit when our experts testify in court. It's also a great tool for you because if you see petechia in particular, those tiny little red spots, that is proof that you have obstruction of blood flow. Because to get petechia, blood is going up, but it's not coming back down. So the carotid artery is still pumping up blood, but the vein is obstructed because things have to go round and round. And if you block something like the vein and blood is going up, think of it like a balloon. When you blow into a balloon, I don't know about you, but I'm always afraid I'm going to blow like one too many breaths in there and it's going to pop. Well, if you keep blowing into a balloon and it's not coming out anyway, eventually it will pop. So like a capillary, if you have too much blood that's going in and it's not coming out, it starts to pop. In other words, it's bleeding inside, and then eventually you see it externally. So if you see it externally, that means it's also going to be there internally. And the research says anywhere between 10 seconds to 30 seconds, our experts and consensus believe at least 15 seconds of continuous pressure, that is when petechia happens. However, if you cut off all blood flow, meaning you cut off the veins, you put so much pressure, there's no blood going up and there's no blood going down, you're not going to have petechia. So at the beginning, people would say, well, if it's petechia, it's serious. And everybody understood that. And then the doctors explained the fact that there is no petechia actually makes it worse because there was no blood, not even a little bit of blood that was going to the brain. So you see how tricky this can be? But if you're educated, you can figure this out. So now what I want to do is show you one of your cases that I actually use in our training. You had this case, you have published cases and unpublished cases. Unpublished cases are still good law, but it's not binding on the court. It's almost like informational. Why the judges decide to publish and not publish is, Ellen, is probably anyone's guess. I have no idea. And I've tried to get cases depublished and published, and I still have no idea why they do what they do. But what I liked about this case of yours is that it was one of the first cases where you had a doctor who testified that petechia is a significant finding in essentially a strangulation case. So that is good. That's going to get you to your felony, because what the research shows is that this is a life-threatening injury because you're messing around with the ability to breathe and the brain having enough oxygen. So how do you know? Because if you have petechia, guess what defense attorneys will say? Oh, it's just acting. This is no big deal. Or she was crying too much. Or because there's so many different reasons for petechia. You can vomit. If you have a baby and there's pressure, you can have a lot of petechia. Or the other day, I was in first class. I got an upgrade. I was like so excited. I get to get an upgrade. I get to go to first class. And then all of a sudden I got an itch. And then I realized there was a dog on the other side. And I think I got bit by a flea. And then I had petechia all over my legs. I had to call Dr. Smock. I thought I was dying. But he said, no, it was probably an allergic reaction somehow, some way. And I took pictures of it. And I'm sparing you those photos of petechia, which is not caused from strangulation. But what you need to know is that defense attorneys are going to try to say, this is not petechia, there's something else. Okay, so if you can feel it, here's the trick. It's not petechia. If it's smooth to the touch, it's going to likely be petechia, especially under the circumstances. Okay, so we've seen cases where there's just one spot, one red dot. However, I also think this is a case where they didn't pull up the eyelid or pull down the eyelid, because generally you don't see just one. Generally, you see more. And the way it's described is when you start to see petechia, that generally means there's been a big fight. In other words, there's pressures being applied, you try to break free, and then when you reapply, the clock starts all over again. And we see more in that struggle. I think, Ellen, you've got a question.
See, I can be trained, but not well. So my question is this. You can probably, I'm assuming if somebody's trying the case, you can show photographs of petechia.
Yes.
If you're going to subpoena the police officer can testify, yes, I saw X, Y, and Z, but you're going to need a medical expert to come in and testify as to what may have caused the petechia, correct?
Yes and no. I say at the beginning, when you are starting to get aggressive on these cases and you're trying to educate and you're trying to get a good record and you're trying to get your first published case, I'd say put your medical expert up first. But Joe, can you explain for me the cause of petechia? Yes. All right. Shall we demonstrate? I'll just ask you a few foundational questions.
Okay.
Okay. Going back to when you were a detective in the Child Abuse and Domestic Violence Unit. Okay, can you tell us your name?
Joe Bianco.
And what do you do?
I'm a detective.
How long have you been a detective?
7 years.
Okay, in 7 years, have you received any training in domestic violence?
Yes.
Have you received any training in strangulation?
Yes.
Okay, have you responded to domestic violence calls where victims have reported being strangled?
Yes.
Have you yourself had the opportunity to observe any kind of symptoms and any kind of signs in victims who reported being strangled?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what did you see and or what were some of the symptoms that they reported?
Some of the symptoms that they reported was difficulty swallowing, sore throat, headache, blurred vision. Some of the signs that I would see would be some bruising, some maybe some lines or fingerprints on the neck, sometimes petechiae, all sorts of things depending on the situation.
Okay, so at this point, you get objection, petechiae, okay, so.
All right, I was going to say I'm jumping up and down objecting because that has nothing to do with what the plaintiff has already testified to, but go ahead.
All right, thank you. So you can be our defense attorney. So Ellen has just objected and won. So let's go back and tell me about petechiae. What is petechiae? How did you learn about petechiae?
I learned about petechiae when I took a strangulation training.
And who were you trained by?
Gail Strack and Dr. Bill Smock.
Dr. Bill Smock, okay. And as a police officer, were you ever trained on the use of the vascular neck restraint?
Yes.
Did you ever receive training as to the use of the vascular neck restraint?
Yes.
And what is the method and what are you obstructing?
Well, basically you're obstructing the carotid artery so that blood flow, oxygenated blood's not going up to the brain, and you render somebody unconscious, which affords you the ability to control and arrest.
Okay. Have you ever applied the neck restraint to an individual?
Yes.
Has anyone applied the neck restraint to you?
Yes.
Have you ever seen petechiae on any suspects, or did you ever have petechiae to your face?
Not in the police application of carotid restraint. I never saw petechiae, and I never personally had petechiae.
And it's petechiae, these tiny little red spots that you described, is that consistent with somebody that has been strangled?
Yes.
And in the cases that you have responded to, just give me an average. How many domestic violence cases involving strangulation have you personally handled?
Probably close to 200.
Okay, out of 200 cases, how many of those victims had petechiae?
Less than 10%.
Okay, and are there other causes for petechiae?
Yes.
Could you tell me what they are?
Sometimes coughing fits can cause petechiae. People can get petechiae from scuba diving, pressure incidents, give childbirth, vomiting can cause petechiae.
Okay, was there any evidence that your victim, Gail, vomited?
No.
Did she just have a baby?
No.
Did she report jumping out of a plane?
No.
For no good reason?
No.
Okay, did she go scuba diving?
No.
All right, so what did she report?
She reported being strangled by her husband.
And how was she strangled?
She was strangled by, he used 2 hands on the front of her neck.
Okay, and you believe that those petechiae were consistent with strangulation?
Based on my training and experience, yes.
Okay, then did you actually go to the advanced course?
Yes, I did.
Strangulation prevention?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us a little bit about the advanced course? in
It's
strangulation?
a 4-day intensive course where you learn all about the signs, symptoms, investigation, advocacy, prosecution, law surrounding strangulation incidents, crimes.
And in your career, how many times have you been qualified as an expert in strangulation?
Over 40.
Okay, so you weren't really, I take that back. You weren't qualified as an expert in strangulation, but you were qualified as an expert in the investigation of domestic violence, child abuse, and sexual assault cases, correct?
Yes.
And within that expertise, you have had training and experience related to strangled victims.
Yes.
All right, no further questions, Ellen? All right, Charles. And if we had time here, I bet we could qualify, if not all of your detectives, if not most of them, because they have, what's really important is your training, but mostly your experience. Because when he testifies, he never cites to a research article, and I would recommend you don't. Just stick with your personal experience because nobody can contest that. No one. So I think and the other reason why we ended up leaning on police officers is, as every jurisdiction has, you have limited access to funds to pay for experts. But you need to have an expert to explain those tiny little red dots on somebody's face. Also, we found that police officers were generally one of the few professions and disciplines that actually interview both parties, the victim and the suspect. And sometimes when an advocate would testify, just the title makes it look like they're biased and they're going to testify simply to support the victim. Okay. We'll keep on going. Ellen, keep asking me questions. You ask good questions, very good ones. All right, so here's one in a child. You'll see like a little cluster of petechiae there. He was also one of the first cases we ever saw so much. We call it florid petechiae. Unfortunately, he was strangled by his dentist, who did not believe in happy gas. So his nose was pinched, which means he could not breathe. How scary is that? And he was also, the blood flow was cut off. That little kid was fighting. Fortunately, mom was the one that took many of these photos. The first one was the eyes. So let me just come back for a second. All of this is huge. He also has an abrasion right underneath his chin. So we do believe that there was pressure applied multiple times, both obstruction of blood flow and airflow. We did a press release and found out that this dentist did this a lot to a lot of kids. It went from initially a misdemeanor to a felony, and then of course he would lose his license. So moms, make sure you're with your kids at all times, even at the dentist's office. Now, fast forward, Dr. Smock, who's our medical director, he has perfected now documentation of petechiae. So it's generally going to be anywhere from the point of pressure up, as a general rule. So that means it could be inside the mouth, inside the throat. In an autopsy, you would find it on the brain. You can also find it in the ear canal, and we've also seen it on the scalp. And it's probably the worst one I have ever seen. That was, other than a scratch mark on her neck, that was the only external visible injury. And we believe she was strangled multiple times. And then symptoms are things that victims will report. So signs, things that you see. Symptoms are things that you don't see. It's subjective. And what we've had is voice changes, which is very consistent. You can record that. So now you've got some corroboration. We've had everything from just a slight raspy voice to someone who didn't have a voice at all, who it took weeks, if not months, to get their full voice back. And some never got their voice completely back to where it was. We have had swallowing changes, and there are tests that the nurses will do in the hospital to try to evaluate the swallowing changes. And then, of course, we have breathing changes. And this is why we always say you got to monitor this, because that swelling can happen very quickly internally, or it can take time. So that swelling in 24 hours, 36, 72 is definitely something to watch for. And that's why we decided to give victims discharge orders, because many of our victims do not seek medical attention, but they need the same information that you would give somebody who has gone to the hospital. And then behavioral changes. The one thing that we heard in the policy, so let me call my witness back. The people of the state of New Jersey would like to recall Joe Bianco to the stand. Joe Bianco, could you explain the protocol when the protocol was available for the San Diego Police Department with respect to when you can use the carotid restraint, when you could not use it, and why would you handcuff someone?
So carotid restraint was used as one of our lower level of forces, where if somebody was actively resisting, not following my commands, I was permitted to use the carotid restraint to render them unconscious, to take control and effect arrest.
Previously testified that strangulation is inherently dangerous. Did you have a written protocol to make sure bad things didn't happen?
Yes, if we use a carotid restraint, that individual, one time we used it, medics had to come to the scene, evaluate, and they could be released on scene by medics, or the possibility of being transported to the hospital. If we applied the carotid restraint twice, the individual had to go to the hospital to be treated. And we could not do it 3 times in a 24-hour period.
Why not?
I don't know. It was dangerous to do it 3 times in a 24-hour period.
Okay, so now as part of your protocol, after you applied the vascular neck restraint, were you also instructed to handcuff the suspect?
Yes.
Why would you do that?
Well, the idea in the training was that when people go to sleep fighting, they wake up fighting. So when you rendered somebody unconscious when they were in a fighting state, they would wake up and continue to fight. So handcuffs were important to have control of the individual.
Okay, so that hypoxia can actually make a victim seem more combative than she normally is.
Yes.
Okay, no further questions. Alan? All right. So that was a aha moment, because when you go down a certain way, you come back a certain way. And that also helped me understand sometimes when the police officers were writing that she attacked me or she was combative. So that was key for us. The other thing is that if you have repeated loss of consciousness, you're going to eventually have brain damage. You're going to have CTE. And then what happens with traumatic brain injury is that it's been described that there's personality changes. And sometimes that personality change can be permanent and also early dementia. So we do have a case that was documented where a 29-year-old young woman was beaten repeatedly in a domestic violence situation. This is why I'm an advocate for medical mandated reporting. When she died, the medical examiner decided to test her brain and found out at 29 she had CTE. And what CTE means, that repeated brain damage causes your brain to shrink, and it is a horrible thing. Just think about football players with CTE, boxers with CTE. Okay, next, look at all of these symptoms of hypoxia or asphyxia: memory problems, concentration, sleep, headaches, depression, anxiety. Where else have you seen that before? I think I just heard it. Did someone just say PTSD? Yes, thank you. So then look at the symptoms of PTSD with the symptoms of a traumatic brain injury, with the symptoms of a lack of oxygen to the brain. And I'm going like, holy cow, have we been diagnosing women with traumatic brain injury or brain anoxic injury with PTSD? And when you treat those things, there are different treatment for PTSD versus traumatic brain injury. Okay, so the Tanika case, do you want to do the Tanika case because it involved PD? Yeah, I just like calling you the witness stand.
All right. So Tanika was a nurse and also a victim of domestic violence. So she knew her way around the hospital. She knew what to look for, signs, symptoms. She understood everything, but she didn't understand strangulation. So Tanika came to the Family Justice Center after she had been strangled by her husband. So the first time she was strangled was on her honeymoon. He promised never to do it again, but believe it or not, he did it again. So the second time he did it, she was not going to tolerate it anymore. She reported it. He was arrested, and the case was assigned to Detective Sylvia Vella. So this is what Tanika looks like. Does she look like anything's wrong with her? She looks like not that big a deal. Detective Sylvia Vella was a registered nurse before she became a police officer, before she became a detective, and she had done her training. So she was very much up to date on what strangulation meant. And Tanika was not having it. She wasn't going to get an MRI. She wasn't going to the doctor. She didn't want any of that stuff. And 5 days post-strangulation, if you know anything about Sylvia Vella, she's one of those women like, just do it, or she's not going to stop until you do it. So fortunately, she was a relentless pain in the ass to Tanika about going to the hospital and getting checked out. So this was the only injury that Tanika presented with, that bruising behind the ear, which is something that we discussed earlier about a common injury. At the hospital, Sylvia, Detective Vella, advocated to the doctor, please have her image, please have her image. And the doctor fortunately listened. He said, you know what? You described kind of being pulled up during the strangulation, which could cause, some extra injuries to the arteries. Abundance of caution. I expected to come back negative your scan, but we're going to do it just because you never know, which is the right answer from a doctor. So what you're looking at right now is her scan. I don't know, but unfortunately there's experts that can read that, and you're looking at a bilateral carotid dissection. So her carotid arteries were torn on both sides of her. So she's walking, talking, ticking time bomb for 5 days. So what happens when you tear an artery, just like when you get a cut, you get a scab, right? And clots form in the artery to protect you from bleeding out, which saves your life in the short term. But those clots can break off and cause strokes. So you have 2 clots on both sides that aren't treated is a time bomb for somebody to have a stroke. So imagine you have a young woman, professional in her 30s. What happens to her if she has a stroke? She might die, she might never recover, and then she's this woman whose life was ended because of something that was totally treatable. So when people are walking, talking, looking normal, it doesn't look like anything's wrong with them, inside they could have this horrible injury that could be fatal or completely and utterly life-altering, like Tanika did here. Unfortunately, there's treatment, a couple of days in the ICU, monitoring, and really no worse for the wear when medical professionals can be aware that this is inside you. So that's just a animation of what it looks like when there's a tear to the carotid artery. So we have imaging recommendations. So in your hospital systems, if you deal with strangled patients, this is really great information to have, especially if you're running to hospital staff that is not really willing to work with you. I mean, do you have any tips when doctors are standoffish or? One.
And Nicole, if you could just,
Is it something you run into?
if you could just tell everybody who you are, because I think they already know.
Hi, I'm Nicole Fusco. I'm the forensic nurse examiner coordinator for Middlesex County, and I run our Breathe team and our SART team here in the county. And we do encounter some doctors that are reluctant to CAT scan our patients. And usually what we do is we hand them these recommendations, and then we just let them know that we're going to document that we're recommending it. And then all of a sudden they're like, okay, yeah, we'll CAT scan. Because once they know that we're gonna put in our chart that we recommend that they get a CAT scan, a CT angiogram, then they don't want the liability to be on them. And so they quickly change their mind.
Yeah.
All right, we got another expert witness. Could you explain what a CTA is?
Oh, yeah, sorry. A CTA is a CAT scan of the neck where they inject IV contrast so that it helps illuminate the vessels and the other structures in the neck.
Is a CTA considered the golden standard to detect carotid dissections?
Yes.
Okay. And you said most of the doctors are doing it?
That's correct.
Have you had any positive findings to date?
We have not, but I know Hudson County just had one this week.
This week? Okay, they caught it in the nick of time. All right, thank you. No further questions.
So these are just some of the imaging recommendations kind of highlighted, and we already just talked about why CTA. So anybody can go in there and be that pain in the ass to get this done. And then, you can always convince people with a little side of liability when they're not willing to do, because I don't know if you have the statistics in there, but about 2% of the time there is some sort of damage to the arteries, carotid dissection. So 2% is a pretty high figure, something that we don't want people to walk away from if they have a potentially life-altering injury that's very, very treatable. You want to talk about Dr. Chokyu?
Yes, I do.
I don't.
All right. So in the imaging recommendations, there's about 25 citations. We could have probably put 50, but everybody recommended got to make this one page, two-sided. So on the back, if you read all these articles, you will be totally convinced that we need to be imaging every victim where pressure was applied. We have a different protocol together for children. Right now, the research, because kids are different, they're still developing, they don't have the same rate of carotid dissections as adults do. But what they end up having is more problems with being able to breathe and more problems with the brain swelling and or brain damage. We also are starting to believe that it takes less pressure
to occlude their blood flow or airway. So Dr. Chokyu is just one of these articles that is cited on the back side of your imaging recommendations. I particularly like it because I think it's kind of funny. This may just show our warped sense of humor. So I always like to know who wrote the book. I always like to know who's the lead author. So the lead author here is Dr. Chokyu. Don't you think that's funny? Dr. Chokyu writes an article about all the choking cases. I thought it was hilarious. So I go, okay, what does Dr. Chokyu have to say? So what he did at this particular article is he did a lit review, and he found out that not only can victims be strangled, have a carotid dissection, and stroke. So these are all individuals that have had stroke after pressure was applied or something happened to their neck and they had a carotid dissection. You will see that he identified cases where victims had that stroke 3 months later, 6 months later. So a common question we get is, now you see the victim for the first time, 911, what's your emergency? You go out, and then she reports prior strangulation, but not strangulation maybe this time. Maybe it's a violation of a restraining order. And she reported prior undocumented strangulation, let's say 3 months ago. Do you get a CTA? The answer is yes. Our doctors right now recommend up to 1 year. The UK is now doing it at about up to 4 months. The point is, we don't know. We decided in our medical team that we want to be taking a little more caution and not letting one of our victims die as a result of this. Because the pushback is they've never done this before, so why do it now? They need to be convinced. They don't want to have too much radiation, but you don't have a lot of radiation on your CTA. It's like 1 in 15,000 risk of getting some sort of cancer versus 1 out of 50. So what would you rather have? 1 out of 50 or 1 out of 15,000? That's the difference. So usually when you do the math or use the L word, I used to like to say the love word, not the liability word, that can help. Next, this is the last piece on this, and we're gonna think we're switching now close to investigation because we end at 5 o'clock, right? No. 4 o'clock?
You have 30 minutes.
We have 30 minutes? Oh my gosh. Ooh, okay, this is the last slide on this, and we are moving to investigation. But here's the point I do want to say. There is this federal legislation that basically says you have a duty to treat someone that comes into your hospital, insurance or no insurance, if they come in with a medical emergency, and we believe strangulation is an emergency medical condition, that means they're entitled to be screened, examined, diagnosed, and treated. They just can't say, thank you very much, you are fine. So that's going to be strict liability if they don't do that. And then there's malpractice that somebody can sue if they end up having a stroke. We're going to skip the test because I think you know the answers to all of these, and we're going to go right to investigations. So let's get to, I will do this one. Oh, too fast. Okay, not doing that. Okay, let's see, where's her PowerPoint? I'm going to advance it to investigations. And Joe, if you want to come on up.
While Gail is finding her PowerPoint, we're going to give her a minute. We have the winner of today's contest, which wins another book. So yesterday the question was how long you've been in the field. You came up with these questions, so don't look confused. Well, today we ask how many miles did it take you to commute to come here? And the winner is Gisela Galindo. So please. You're in one of the books, so thank you. Yes. And Gail, take your time because we have Q&A and wrapping it up. Does anybody have any questions for Joe or Gail before they go? Anybody?
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we're ready to go. Move forward. Okay. So we skipped a little bit of the trauma stuff, but keep in mind that trauma impacts people's ability to tell you what happened, to remember what happened. And anytime you're dealing with domestic violence, strangulation, you have to go from a trauma-informed approach. So we all be somebody different to everybody that we interact with, because you don't talk to a 5-year-old the same way you talk to a 40-year-old. You don't talk to a gangster the same way that you talk to a domestic violence victim. You have to be somebody else to everybody that you meet. So be able to adjust your approach, and trauma is one of those places where you really need to adjust your approach to somebody and just kind of meet them where they're at. So we're going to get into it. Just to, this is just kind of what goes into your case. What are your, how we ask questions. I go backwards again.
Yeah, going back.
Okay, here we go. So we have a lot of resources for you. So not everybody's here. They don't have the strangulation training today. So you go online, our website. We are funded by DOJ, so we can provide a lot of technical assistance for you for free. So if you need something, just let me know, reach out to me, I'll get it for you. These are some of the trainings for law enforcement that are available on our website. We also have roll call videos so that you can do this when you're doing your roll call in the morning, line up, whatever you guys call it, when you're meeting with the sergeant, officers, deciding what your assignment is. We have videos that you can just sort of watch 10 minutes just so that officers can get the gist of what's going on out there. We also have the Strangulation Suffocation Investigation Manual. So you can use this. This is California. Alaska has one too. Kentucky's about to publish theirs. But basically, you can plug and play whatever's going on in New Jersey, swap out the laws. It's all kind of the same. And this will help you at any stage of the investigation, no matter what your profession is, in a strangulation case. So these are like an old school case. When I started with the New York City Police Department, we had Polaroid cameras. I was allowed to take 5 Polaroid photos per case. Okay, so now things have certainly changed. I can take 10,000 photographs on my iPhone and submit it that way. So this is kind of what cases look a little bit more like now. You guys are using body cameras here, I'm assuming. Body cameras, when they first strapped it onto me, I hated those things. I thought this is the worst thing to happen to law enforcement. I never remembered to turn it off when I went to the bathroom. I left it on all the time. I was trying to, and this one, that one. But what they actually do is, and I am a New York guy, so I don't take the high road. So if you come for me, I will clap back, right? That's just how it is. But with these cameras on, I was a yes, sir, no, sir. I'm sorry that you feel that way, ma'am. And this was a recording of exactly what happened, right? This was not my side, your side, and then the truth is somewhere in between. This is exactly what happened on my body camera. This is exactly what she said. This is exactly what she sounded like. And this is what the scene looked like. And here's 20 minutes of footage. Where in the old days, it used to be, well, I didn't tell the officer that. That officer lied. That officer said something that wasn't true. And now it's all there documented. So body cameras are amazing. So just make sure you're taking plenty of photographs, getting those body camera statements in there, and doing a really great job. So this is just a Alaska manual as well. And please don't forget children that are in the house. Make them exist on the report. And when mom or dad tells you they were upstairs sleeping, you're going to need to say, I need to go up there and talk to them myself, because I bet you they heard something. I bet you they aren't sleeping. If there's some sort of real ruckus going on in the house and they're saying, oh, don't traumatize, it's going to traumatize. No. They are already traumatized. I am not coming there and traumatizing them. I am coming there to address the trauma that just happened. And part of that is me going to talk to them. So don't really take the excuse of, oh, they were sleeping, they didn't hear it. Put their name on a police report, get their name on a CPS report, make them exist, get them connected to services. And the only way you do that is by putting them in the report. I did handle a couple of pediatric cases where things don't go necessarily right, but, we always learn from it. This one was a 10-year-old boy was strangled in conjunction with a DV involving his mom, who was also strangled. So we had a strangulation protocol for adults in San Diego. We did not include children. So the officer did everything that he could for mom. Everything was beautiful for her, but he didn't even talk to the kid at all. And a lot of times I think police officers are afraid to talk to kids. And I was always under the impression when I first started that I couldn't talk to them, that there was, oh, it had to be a forensic interview, it had to be this whole thing. But really there's this thing called I get this a lot, a minimal fact interview. You guys heard of minimal fact interviews? Child Welfare Services does them all the time. So minimal fact interview with kids, you have to be very cautious about the language that you introduce to them. So if there is a strangulation in the home, say mom is strangled, kid was there, witnessed it. All you have to do is introduce, hey, my name is Joe. I'm a police officer. I'm here. Can you tell me what happened tonight? And if that kid says, well, I saw my dad choke my mom and she was gagging, and you say to them, okay, you use the word choke. Tell me what that means to you. Tell me a little bit more about that. So that way we're not introducing any new language. We're not saying strangle. We're not teaching them something they don't already know. And we're asking them, you said the word choke. What does that mean? You said the word gag. Tell me what that means. And he or she can describe what that means in their own words, and you can document it. It's a really great statement to have. It's really great probable cause. It's really great for child welfare services when they're going out there, because children are part of this conspiracy of silence in abusive homes. And once they know that the state and the system is involved, they are not going to talk to you in the same way that they might on the first night. So forensic interviews are beautiful. We want them. They're the gold standard, but they are not always possible. So minimal fact interviews, talking to children, use what you know about adult strangulation, apply it to children. This case law, do you want to get up there and do a little case law?
No, I would just say the key point from your New Jersey statute, both dad and mom ended up being held responsible for excessive discipline when they strangled the child. And I think this one may have been like a ritual. I can't remember now, but the point is we're collecting cases from across the United States where consistently when this issue does come up, it's excessive. As you know, it's inherently dangerous and you can't do it.
All right. So this was the 2017 countywide strangulation protocol, which was very important. So similar, it sounds a lot like your Breathe initiative that's going on here, where everybody's on the same page in terms of what are we doing with the strangled victim. So prosecutor's office, police departments, child welfare, hospital systems, school systems, everybody had something that they had to do. And when somebody didn't uphold their portion of it, there was accountability for it. So it just kind of changed the game. This is when forensic nurses were brought into the game. And we had the best relationship with forensic nurses. Forensic nurses and cops we're like this. We're the same kind of weird sense of humor, interesting human beings. We really get along well. It's the truth. And all I had to do when we had this protocol, this was not extra work for me, because I'm under the impression that everything that we do in law enforcement, somebody's like, here's another form. Here's another piece of paperwork. Here's some other information we need you to gather. And it was always annoying because I'm thinking, well, isn't there somebody else that can do this? So initially this sounded obnoxious, and this domestic assault forensic exam, I was like, what are they doing to us? But all I had to do was make a phone call to the nurse and said, hey, we have this strangulation. Can you come do an exam? The nurse would show up within an hour or so, and the nurse would do this exam, a beautiful exam, and capture photographs. I didn't have to do, and they would impound it all on their own. I didn't have to do anything but say, see nurses report for details. And those reports were game changers for prosecution in terms of the felony filings that happened. You can see here, 33 in 2013, protocol in 2017, 226 in 2019. So that's a huge difference. And the evidence was always there. We were just starting to gather it now. And it didn't really affect my job as a police officer. Here's some statistics about how many of the exams we've done. When a case had a domestic assault forensic exam, 97% of them were booked as felonies, and 95% were filed as felonies. So if they came in as a felony, essentially they stayed a felony. And that was huge, because now guys were going to jail and prison for these felony crimes that they were committing, and we weren't giving them like a bullshit misdemeanor with diversion, pled down to disturbing the peace, where you can still go legally buy your firearms because that's just what it happened. So that never happened, which one of the hardest parts about being a cop is you put all your heart into these cases, and then somebody at the prosecutor's office dumps it to something crap. And you're like, well, what was the point? You know, why did I do all that if you're not going to keep it that way? So this really changed that. We had the best relationship with our prosecutor's office. So this is just more information about our homicide rate going down in San Diego. We really did a great job there, and I think that it's all the work that everybody was doing to keep it there. We love protocols. A lot of states are doing statewide protocols. Indiana and Delaware have their own protocols now statewide. So they're the two states that have a statewide protocol. New Jersey is a small place. I think it's possible to have a statewide protocol. There's a lot of people here in a lot of jurisdictions. I don't know, and it's a complicated place, but of all places, it could be one of the places that you can do. Here's Delaware's example. Indiana was your favorite, Gail? Really good information. So it sounds crazy to have these protocols, but when people know what they're supposed to do, they do a pretty good job.
And we are bragging about you.
And bragging about New Jersey. So the AG's office spoke about what was going on in New Jersey. So New Jersey is doing great things, and you can see it reflected in your homicide rate. So when people are doing what they need to be doing and the evidence is already there and you're gathering it and you're hooking them up with the people that can help them, when they can come and be with Women Aware, it changes the game because they have support. They have somebody they can go to. It's not some bullshit fax number or a phone number or an email where you don't get a hold of a real human being. You're coming into a place and there's 10 people there that can help you out for 10 different things that you might need. And you don't have to go 1,000 different places. And that changes the game for victims and prosecution. I love a specialized reporting form for domestic violence and for strangulation. So we were talking about Puerto Rico. I always brag about Puerto Rico because you know, a lot of places think that they don't have a lot of resources. And Puerto Rico is one of those places that really doesn't have a lot of resources, right? But they had one firecracker. Her name is Laura Hernandez. She is the chief prosecutor of the Family Protection Unit in Puerto Rico. So the Puerto Rico is several different districts within Puerto Rico, but there's one prosecutor's office for the whole island. And she decided your governor, Puerto Rico's governor, declared a state of emergency for violence against women in Puerto Rico. And that opened the door for funding, and that opened the door for a lot of training. Since we went there in 2022 through our grant funding to train them, they've initiated the strangulation form. It's translated to Spanish now. So if you need that Spanish form when you're dealing with Spanish victims, because I speak a couple languages and it's hard to go back and forth. So if you can stay one language, you want Spanish, we have it Spanish.
But isn't it Puerto Rican?
It's Puerto Rican Spanish, but this is New Jersey. So it's, you know, hey, when we were in San Diego, they're like, this is Mexican. This is not Mexican Spanish. I'm like, I know. It's Puerto Rican. It sounds better. But it's in Puerto Rican Spanish. And Puerto Rico has done a lot. They even got their law now from this training. So just the most recent territory in the United States or state to get their law. And so when you think you have nothing, Puerto Rico has less resources than you, and they've done a lot. An amazing, amazing thing there. So specialized reporting forms, I always say I've done 1,000 DUIs. If you put me out to do a DUI without a form, I'm going to do, you ever seen that Reno 911 skit where she's making them dance to do the DUI? That would be me. I'd be like, I think you're drunk. I know you're drunk. I just know how to prove it. So I need those specialized reporting forms. Otherwise, you're going to get like a crayon scribbled on a piece of paper. So we're going to kind of buzz through. Where are we at? Okay. Some questions that we like to ask victims of strangulation. So this is 20 of them, but we're going to make it move. Okay. So we talked about this before. Did anybody place any pressure on your neck by any means? That way we're not talking about strangulation. You're not talking about choking. We're just getting exactly what happened and what was used. Find out the method of strangulation and how it was applied. So that's important because how many times it was applied. In California, it may, you may not think this about California, but if there was 3 separate strangulation incidents during one domestic violence incident, happened in the kitchen, happened in the bathroom, happened in the bedroom, I could charge 3 separate counts of strangulation and stack bail times 3. So if you can do that here, please by all means do that. Method of strangulation is important. We want to know hands from the front, from the back, whatever it was. neck restraint so we can start to look for injuries. Ligature is important. If somebody's wrapping a rope, a cord, or a chain around somebody's neck, and it's not in an effort to kill them, I would like to hear why you would be wrapping a cord around somebody's neck and you're not trying to kill them. So when you have a ligature strangulation, which is thankfully not as common as manual, it's 97% are manual, very few are ligature. But when you have a ligature, it should start with an attempted murder first. And it should stay there. And I don't know why it wouldn't stay there. So you always want to give victims as much autonomy as you can. Ask them for permission to look for injuries. We don't want to just be touching people, looking for stuff. Ask them to look for victims on themselves. They know themselves better than you. I don't know how people are built. I don't know if you normally have a lump there. I don't know what's going on, but ask them to look for injuries and what looks different. So looking in the mirror is helpful. If they're describing any swelling, anything like that, we need to ensure that they get in the back of the bus and go to the hospital with paramedics. Even though it's their right to say no, we have to do everything we can to advocate for them to go. So there's 1,000 different reasons why they might not, and that's all legitimate. But one thing about cops is we know how to figure stuff out and find a way, even when there doesn't seem to be a way. So do whatever you have to do to get her in the back of the bus and go to the hospital when we have a strangulation. Trauma impacts somebody's distance of time, space, all that stuff. So when things don't seem right or they don't seem to add up, I mean, if I'm telling a story about something that was traumatic or exciting, or whatever it was, there's a 100% chance I'm exaggerating. You know, that's just how I tell stories. So sometimes in domestic violence, you know, things might sound exaggerated. They might not make a whole lot of sense, but that's how it seemed at that time, and that's important too. So how long pressure was applied, how hard from a scale of 1 to 10. This was a case of mine. A lot of people call me Joey Bianco. You can call me that if you want, but this is an old slide. But so this was a cerebral hypoxia case where the woman was on a trip to San Diego with her boyfriend. She was there for business. He was there tagging along. This loser couldn't figure out how to fill the time in San Diego while she was at work. And he was jealous and sad that she was not with him, you know, like get out, you know. And she was at a dinner late with her coworkers. She came home and he was pissed. She came back to the hotel. In the like elevator lobby of the hotel, he strangled her and she started losing consciousness. And and I told you before, I was superstitious and I will zigzag through the projects at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm good. But if you tell me there's a ghost, I'm gone. Okay, that's just the kind of guy I am, right? So she was telling me, well, I started to go unconscious. I could hear my relatives on the other side cheering for me and telling me to let go. And that was okay to let go. So that to me, I'm having a superstitious moment. The hair on my arms is standing up. But a doctor can come up in there and say, that's cerebral hypoxia. That's an altered state of consciousness that she was describing. And that's evidence of strangulation. So those statements might seem superstitious or not to mean anything. To me, it meant a lot for one reason, but to a doctor, it means a lot for some other reason. Pain scale is great, just to say, are you in pain today? How is it tomorrow? The ability to breathe is a great question because we want to know when people can't breathe during strangulation, it means a lot of pressure is being applied. Also, keep in mind that people can sometimes scream the entire time the strangulation is occurring and wake up screaming again because it doesn't take a lot of pressure to block off those blood vessels, bringing blood in and out of the brain. Asking about jewelry because we like to see a jewelry imprint. Was there anything on his hands, a ring? Were you wearing a necklace? If it's broken, we want to photograph it. We want to have it. We want to look for those imprints. What did you see when this was happening to you? This is a chance for the victim to describe what the suspect looked like, because we know for sure he's going to come to court on his court day, clean, in a suit, not on meth, not on crack, looking normal. And that night, that's not who he was. So we want a description and images of what he looked like that night. Asking about documenting loss of consciousness. So this is where we start to think when we hear things like trouble swallowing, dizzy, saw stars, black and white, couldn't breathe. When we're starting to hear that stuff, we can kind of say, based on my training experience, I think she was unconscious or losing consciousness at the time of the assault. We talked about the dimmer switch, light switch. Crime scene is very important. So this case right here, This was strangulation, no injuries, but her head was put through the wall. And that's evidence of her head getting put through the wall right there. So no injuries, but here's the corroboration on the drywall. If you're not going inside that house to get that image that day, you want to come back tomorrow and get it, and she's not cooperative, guess what? You need a warrant that you're not going to get. So get in there, strike when the iron is hot, when you have the legal right to be there, and get that evidence. So keep in mind that domestic violence and sexual assault are cousins. They go hand in hand. They happen together a lot. So this right here, you're looking at a bed with blood and urine on it. This was a sexual assault in conjunction with strangulation. When the police got there, the suspect had covered up the bed with the bedspread so it wasn't visible. And she was not telling anybody what was going on. The officer looked for when it happened. He pulled back the bed sheet and found it. So sometimes just the simple things of pulling back the bedspread and you can get some really great evidence. Discarded clothing is another great thing because we know sometimes our victims go to the bathroom as a result of being strangled. If I called the police and I peed myself, I am not keeping those shorts on until you get there. I'm going to change. I'm not going to tell you about it. But if you ask me about it, I'll tell you. Same is true for strangulation victims. They might not just want to tell you, but if you ask about it and they don't have to say the words, it makes things a lot easier. A simple yes is easier than saying, I peed my pants. So just asking questions in the right way. Black lights make semen and urine glow. I always say when I go to my hotels, I always shine my black light around and before I jump in the bed and get nice and cozy. And I would never, I don't even want to know. But anyway, so if you can get that, so you saw the shorts before, you can't see anything in the light, in the black light, they glow. The urine fluoresces, semen fluoresces. What did he say before, during, and after? So this stuff was pulled from Gail's initial study. So OJ was in at the time. So you're seeing some of the OJ references in the 90s. And this can get you to intent. So I'm going to kill you, bitch, means what? I'm doing this because I want to kill you, or that's on my mind. And that can help kind of amp up the charges there. This is really, really old. This is a cell phone from, if anybody's in their 40s like I am, you know, this took 15 minutes to write this text, right? That was 3 pushes for every character right there. So he gets some points for this, some points for the amount of time he sent on this apology text right here. But one of my favorite things about being a cop is I love a good phone dump. Don't tempt me with like somebody's dirty phone that I get to go in there and look around in. So anytime I have the opportunity to take a suspect's phone and dump it, I will. If I have a victim and I need her phone, I would do my best to Cellbrite it at the office and give it back to her right away. We don't want to take phones away from victims who might have very limited lifeline to the world outside of their abusive relationship. So there's a lot of ways around it. We can figure it out, but his phone, take it, get that warrant, and look at whatever he's got going on in there. And if you're anything like me, I have every text that I've ever gotten since I've gotten an iPhone, and text turned to blue, right? So I have all the years of every text message anybody has ever sent me, and our victims do too. So you can get a whole history of a relationship, the apologies from 3 months ago, the pictures that she sent him from a month ago, look what you did to me. And it's really great information inside a phone. What did you think was going to happen? So get her perspective. What did she think was going to happen? How did it stop? Did the police show up? Did a neighbor knock on the door? Did the kids come down and start screaming? If kids witness stuff in San Diego and California, we can add that child endangerment charge there. I don't know what it's like here in New Jersey if you can do that, but kids witnessing domestic violence is a charge that we can add. What did he say while he was doing, what did you say? Were you able to talk? Just to get her the idea of, was she negotiating? Oftentimes in strangulation cases, I had a strangulation rape case involving a couple. And she described being strangled by him and he was going to kill her. And she negotiated sex with him as a way to get him to calm down and have sex. And on its face, that was her idea. That was consensual sex in that moment. But when it went to court and we started going through it, we added a rape charge there because she did not do that because she wanted to. She was negotiating for survival. So sometimes when you hear there was sex at the same time of strangulation, I guess San Diego was great when we had this rule, well, if fear is in the room, consent is not. And that was how it went. And we had a successful domestic violence rape from that idea. What is the last thing you remember from the incident? And then we start to get into prior witness intimidation. I don't know if you want to jump into forfeiture or real quick. You have 7 minutes.
Okay.
Any questions about the questions? All right. So
You
Gail's
can
going
keep
to talk
going.
about,
You can keep going.
okay, about
We'll-
forfeiture.
We'll just summarize. So after this, there is the follow-up investigation, which is equally as important. So I don't know if you have the detectives that follow up, because that's where you're going to get the visible injuries. You're going to get some more information, the medical records. After you get your case completed, then you have to anticipate the defenses. The first defense is going to be denial, but I would say it's not the number one defense. I like the denial defense in the sense of once they say, it wasn't me, I wasn't there, they cannot use a self-defense. So you have to kind of elect. It's going to be one or the other. And I have this fantasy because I like to watch cop shows. You know, whether it's NCIS, Dateline, Frontline, AE, that's how I calm down at night. That's how I calm down. So my fantasy is, oh, denial. Okay, fine. You get the forensic nurse, because I also believe got to get the suspect's forensic exam. And then what you want to do is get the DNA on his hands. You want to get the DNA on the victim. And there's a debate about whether or not you should do the DNA. Well, yes, I agree that if people live together and they've been living together during this time, there's going to be a lot of DNA evidence there. However, technology is getting better. And they are doing a great job of technology. And at least in California, if Joe was interviewing, he could say something like this. Hey, Joe, you know, guess what? Abby's going to bring in, this is from NCIS, Abby's going to bring in the envelope, and in this envelope, you know, technology has gotten so good now, they can tell me if it's the right hand, if it was the left hand. It can actually tell me how much pressure you applied. And it's so good, I can even know if you did it once, twice, or 3 times. So, Joe, why don't you just get it off your chest? I know you're a Catholic. You're a good guy. It's going to kill you. It's going to rip your heart out. Why don't you just go ahead and tell me before I open the envelope and we all know the truth? That's my fantasy. Okay, that's one. 2, it's going to be self-defense. And in self-defense, this is where my mom would say tricky, because our victim is going to have usually less injuries than the suspect. And this is where you need to know how to identify the dominant aggressor. And if you haven't had a class on that, I would suggest you do, because if you go back to the Gabby Petito case, which is one of our case studies, in the Gabby Petito case, those officers didn't get the training on trauma-informed interviewing. They didn't have the training on how to identify the dominant aggressor, because if you go through the video, you go through the body cam, you go through the report, they didn't want to arrest her, but they also didn't know how to back up. And backing up there would have been identifying the dominant aggressor, and we've got a lot of knowledge now there. The other thing is they didn't have any training in strangulation, and I think that was sort of the fatal flaw. And then we all know in Gabby's case, she ended up dying as a result of strangulation. The other one that's coming up now is strangulation during sex. And I would say, for many, many years, I have stayed away from that because Dr. Dean Hawley said this is a guy thing, not a gal thing. But after COVID, porn was made available for free. Now, as I mentioned before, the research shows that 60% of college students are doing it. And the number one reason we're seeing now in California, yes, victims recant. And the reason they're recanting now is they're saying it was consensual. I think that is BS because it's happening. If you do a timeline, the minute they talk to a defense attorney, because defense attorneys go to training too. Defense attorneys read the same article sometimes that we do as well. So I'd say you got to ask and eliminate it. You also need to know about the BDSM community. In the BDSM community, I stalk them because I always want to see what they're saying about strangulation. And from the very beginning of my stalking behavior on their website to now, I've discovered a couple of things. They're stalking us. So they now cite to our case law that basically says you cannot consent to something that is considered an aggravated assault, which is strangulation, or something that can kill you, which is strangulation. We also have a great case law, and oftentimes you have a penal code section that says you cannot consent to an aggravated assault. So that's a beautiful thing. The BDSM community also says this is so dangerous, they don't even put it in their consent form. So if they just say, we're into BDSM, this is a BDSM, I say bullshit. Because you also need to know, where's your contract, where's your safe word? And so the BDSM community is very careful about staying safe. And if the BDSM community tells their entire membership, you cannot consent to this and it's not in our consent form, you're going to win your case. The other thing is, Joe is right. We always believe if fear is in the room, there's no such thing as consent in the room. And in my experience, not one of these cases does, if it was really consensual and it was really pleasurable, why are they calling 911 for help? So usually your 911 tape and your forensic exam is going to overcome any kind of consent defense. But what they're trying to do is stump us. They're trying to distract us from going forward on the case. And those are the main ones. The other thing I would say as I wrap up with 1 minute is evidence-based prosecution. And Phyllis reminded me that New Jersey was very early in the game practicing and looking at evidence-based prosecution, which I think is another reason why your homicide rate is lower than most states. You are number 42. That is something to be very proud of. I don't want to tell you again. So last but not least, I will just say as we wrap up, you have a copy of our entire PowerPoint. I guess I was secretly hoping that this was going to be an 8-hour class and not a 4-hour class. But if it was an 8-hour, I know somebody would have said, how in the world could they talk about strangulation all day long? Well, I think now you know why. We have a 40-hour class. And now we have the hidden homicides class. We also have the master's course and we have the expert course. But as I wrap up, I started with Cassandra and Tamara, and I'm going to end with that because today I do feel like we are living up to our promise. So when they died, we actually met the parents. We did two things. One, we said we got to learn as much as we possibly can about strangulation cases. And two, we also decided it was important to start talking about teen relationship violence. And in that effort, I had the honor and privilege to meet their parents, and we promised them that their daughters would not die in vain. And we told them that we don't know where this is going, but we will not stop until we honor them. So each and every time that our team gets to do this training, I feel like we're living up to that promise and we're not letting victims die in vain. So thank you very much for the invitation.
We want to thank you. Before you give the gifts, Philly, we have time for Q&A, and then we're going to wrap up and everybody is going to leave. Yes. So please ask any questions.
Joe, why don't you come up?
Hi, my name is Danisha. I'm a social worker with Adult Protective Services. I just want to look at the other side of the coin real quick because I'm curious. Have you ever had a case where the male was the victim?
Yes, there.
How did that go?
Pardon?
How did that? I just want to know how it played out.
So the ones that I can remember were in the context of same-sex relationships. So I can't remember a case that moved forward where the female was the perpetrator on a male. Only in a same-sex relationship. I think I mentioned earlier with the Puerto Rico study when we were doing the strangulation forms, it's 4.7% of the suspects are female. Out of those cases, and 3 of those cases were female on female. So those are the only places where that I see them generally. And there's really only one study on same-sex couples and strangulation.
And I would say for elder abuse, because we just did a webinar on elder strangulation. So if you go to our resource library, there's a great webinar with the leading experts, and they did a fantastic job.
So, I mean, women are DV perpetrators too, and I've seen some women be vicious with men, but not in strangulation. It's just the power strength dynamic usually isn't there.
Thank you.
That case study for that nurse that was strangled and you were able to see it by the back of the ear, and then, but is she alive?
She's doing very well. So Tanika is her name, as Joe mentioned. Tanika, we do stay in touch with her every once in a while. She'll email us back and forth. She did want everybody to hear her story. And it was because of Tanika that we have the imaging recommendations. What people don't know is it was Dr. Dean Hawley, who was the pathologist, was the one who said, we need to have recommendations. But it's easier said than done. And even in our medical committee, for 1 year, they fought about whether or not to come up with recommendations. And then when Tanika sat in a room like this, with all of the doctors and nurses in our committee, they were shocked that she would have no symptoms, no visible injury, and yet have bilateral carotid dissection. And they looked at her medical record. She was so open with it. She just didn't want someone to die, and she wanted, and that's the thing about survivors. Survivors, when they get through that crisis and they feel like they were lucky enough to get through that crisis, they want to help others. And so Tanika was the reason why we have, in addition to the research and expert consensus. So thank you about asking.
If
about
it's
Tanika.
caught and treated, you're fine. It's just if it's not caught and it's not treated.
Hi, I have a question and a comment. My question is, I was curious, have you seen that video going around on social media with the mom who has the young child around, holding onto her neck and she passes out? Have you seen that?
No.
I'll have to show it to you. But actually, I was teaching a group of law enforcement officers, and somebody brought it to my attention, where it's a very young, small child just hanging on her mom's neck as her mom's doing stuff in the house. And within seconds, she just passes out and falls flat on her back. Just going to your point of how little pressure it really requires to lose consciousness.
Definitely look that up. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I can't verify how real it is, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. The other is I did take your 2-hour webinar about strangulation during sex, which was really eye-opening. I recommend it to anybody who talks to teens about this issue or has teens in your life or young, even preteens. It's such an important issue that we have to talk about, because when we go out to high schools and talk to teens about dating violence, they disclose to us, sexual assault. They ask questions about what's the difference between rough sex and abuse. Now, these are, 14, 15, 16-year-old kids, really. They talk to us about strangulation during sex. Also, I have a 19-year-old son who's in college. So you can only imagine, after I watched this 2-hour webinar, take out my phone. I also have every text message I've ever sent. And I literally started my text message to my son, warning, crazy mom text coming, and then sent him a long text message about everything that I just learned in this 2-hour webinar. And I said, it's never safe. You can never do it. Even if somebody asks you to, you have a girlfriend, she asks you to, if she consents to, it's never safe. So after that very long text message, she writes back to me, okay, with 2 exclamation points. So I always encourage, if you have any teens in your life, talk to them about this issue. If you're not comfortable talking about them, with this to them, then, call me up, I'll do it,
Or I'll do
So
it.
thank
Don't
you.
know.
Oh, God. Your work is really impactful. So thank you for that.
Mom, stop.
Exactly.
Dr. Debbie Herbenek has actually written a book. She's the leading researcher in this area. She's probably written about 20 some articles, but we will also make sure that you get the Lit Review article that she wrote, so you don't have to read all of it. And it's pretty alarming, but she did write this book on how to talk to your kids about strangulation, about sex and other things.
Hi, it's me again. I just wanted to make sure that everyone in the room knew that here in Middlesex County, the services of our Breathe team are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we say 5 days or any continued signs and symptoms. So that allows us to push it just as far back as we need to. So if you have someone that you're seeing in whatever field you're working in, please send them for a medical exam. They can go to any emergency department in Middlesex County except St. Peter's, because we're not allowed to go there. But please send them our way if you think that they can benefit from the medical exam.
All right, and if I heard you correctly, you said up to 5 days or while they still have symptoms?
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, 5 days or any continued signs and symptoms. And here in New Jersey, we don't generally collect DNA unless it's a stranger, or we think they have like a bite mark that we might have saliva or something like that. So we can push it out really far if we need to. And we have the ability to make sure they get a lot of services, especially now with Nicole, our new high-risk advocate coming out with us.
Woohoo!
Mhm.
And you can just call the Sheriff's County Dispatch number, which I'll be happy to give out if anyone wants to write it down. It is 732-745-3271. And that allows you to access the forensic nurse, law enforcement, and a domestic violence advocate in like a one-stop shop. So. Yeah, so there are flyers, sorry. There's flyers and strangulation cards in the little room over there if anyone wants them. And that also has the dispatch number on it as well. It fits right in your visor.
Nice.
Any other questions? Anyone?
So where we're, just as we wrap up, because it is still a little early, the sense of it's not 5 o'clock on a Friday. So what are some of the takeaways for you?
Oh.
Isn't he?
Joe, you're really funny.
Oh, thanks. Say more things
And
like that.
knowledgeable. I just want to know how you left San Diego, though.
What's that?
How did you leave San Diego?
How did I leave San Diego? Because I was just like, I just wanted to come home during COVID, and I had my brain
all
got
COVID's
scrambled.
fault.
Yeah. And I made a mistake. I came back to here. I was like, I love it. And then I was like, I hate it here. But New Jersey is great, but she's also a problem. And we all know that. It's the best and the worst at the same time.
Well, I share.
Thank you.
That admiration, that's for sure. Takeaways? Or one thing that you're going to do different? That one thing can have a big packet.
One of the takeaways I definitely take from it, and that I've seen a lot of the time now, is that the perpetrator a lot of the time will have more injuries than the victim, especially when the victim's being strangled and they're trying to get a hold of anything possible. So scratch marks are a big thing that is on the perpetrator, and then the victim ends up getting arrested. So I've seen that a lot, and it's a big takeaway that I think it's important for people to realize, because then the perpetrator will play the victim, and it's easy to look at them as so when they have scratch marks all over their face. So it's an important part of it.
So Nicole, I'm glad you raised that, because as I looked at your primary aggressor law or dominant aggressor law, one of the factors that is listed in the statute is for the officers to look at their injuries. And in the past, when you look at injuries, you used to look at who won or who lost the fight. And with strangulation, it's a completely different situation. There's actually an article written by Dr. Harm, just like Dr. Chokyu. Dr. Harm actually looked at sexual assault suspects and throttlers, as they used to call them. And the injuries on stranglers is definitely going to be mostly in the back of the hands, shoulder areas, and face. And then, of course, in some of the chest areas. And for sexual assault, no surprise, it's going to be just about anywhere on the body, along with bite marks. So that was really helpful as we went forward. You take one more to kind of even things out.
Hi, thank you. This has been wonderful. I mean, I have worked in domestic violence for a while, and we all know that at times it's hidden, but it's great to see that this is one more thing that's coming out in the open that we can help our victims and survivors with. This has been excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for coming. There's one more. We gotta thank our friends on Zoom, right?
Anybody?
Well, this was very, very enlightening and I didn't realize like the ramifications of what can happen after being strangled. So that was the takeaway for me. I'm an attorney, but I'm also a survivor of domestic violence, and I was strangled and I didn't seek any medical help. So I guess if I would have known, so I took that away. This was great.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Going once? Going twice?
Big thank you to both Joe and Gail. They're going to be around.
He's leaving me.
You're gonna,
Can I share what
you,
happened?
you can share.
Okay, so today's a very special day for us. I'm wearing black for a reason because I'm grieving. He just told me this week that he's leaving our organization, but he is going to go to work for NCIS, which is like my favorite TV show. So I knew we could only have him for so long before he goes back to his calling, and I just think it's been a gift to have him for 3 years. So thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So you're not gonna be which number to do the daily story of almost.
Yeah.
You belong with the Spanish people.
I know.
No, the microphone's not working. There's gonna be a few closing remarks. We can wait a few minutes. I'm gonna do one closing really quick.
Don't leave me yet. I will be very, very quick. And then if you have gone to an Alliance conference, they do this and I'm gonna copy it. But they bring everybody and they take a group picture with everybody together. So before you go, and I have Pearl, when I told her, we're all gonna take a picture, said, what do you mean? It was like, everybody. And she's like, well, everybody? So before we go, I want you all to come here, you're on the stage, and we're just gonna take a picture. But I cannot like finish this without thanking people. And I actually have notes. We have a cute video. So again, as the day is coming to an end, I have to thank all of you for your dedication and being a part of the first time Middlesex County Domestic Violence Conference. I want to give a shout out. They left, but we had folks from the Mexican consulate here. So thank you. It's very impressive that we have a consulate in the room. I want to give a shout out to the YM. Am I saying it right? YMCA, because they work with a lot of people, mainly in the Perth Amboy, Edison area. They serve a lot of people that are very vulnerable with housing difficulties, and they're here taking all of this training, and they're going to bring it back to their folks. So shout out to. And she's looking down. I think she already thinks that I want to call her, but we have Melissa Lewis, which is the Director of Human Services in Middlesex County, that is also has been very supportive and always involved in everything that we do, and also going to bring this back to everyone. So thank you again for being here. And the prosecutor's office, Nicole, you have been instrumental throughout everything, and I feel everybody's going to call you after because I knew we had to do a 3-day and we didn't, but next time maybe. The vision behind this was to really equip all of us with more tools to do the work that we do. Because without a doubt, we are better together. We are and have to be the village that Maliha talked about this morning, okay? Not everybody has a friend like Damaris that was here calling the police. We have to be speaking up, standing behind and around survivors, because they are at the darkest times of their lives. We hold the power, and I believe this, we really hold the power to create a better, a safer community for all of those here facing abuse in our county. My hope for us, for all of us, is that we continue this work with strength, take our vitamins every day, passion, for what we do, compassion for those we serve, understanding, and I know it's going to sound cheesy, but very importantly, with love. Because if we're going to take something from this, you cannot heal without love. We were concerned that we weren't focusing on the children, and the grant requirements have a lot to do in the decisions that we make. But every single presenter here talk about the impact in the kids. And this video that I'm going to show next is going to hopefully leave that message of why the work that we do is also important for the new generation that comes. It's a message of hope, okay? The video captures the other side of all of the things we talked about here these couple days, is the survivor's journey. And to me, seeing this side, okay, is what makes me come back to work. There is a happy ending, and a world or a life or a relationship without abuse is possible.
My happiest day hasn't happened yet, but it's about to. On that day, I'm going to get in my car that smells like old tuna, which will be packed with all of my belongings and my amazing daughter, and I'm gonna drive out of this town. I'm going to drive 9 hours, 566 miles to Missoula, Montana, where I'm going to spend the next 4 years learning to be a writer. Hopefully there will be a lot of happy days during that time. And I know there will be some hard ones. Most people would bet against the single mom putting herself through college, but they don't know what it took to get here. 338 toilets cleaned, 7 types of government assistance, 9 separate moves, 1 night on the ferry station floor, and the entire 3rd year of my daughter's life. But when we get to Missoula, I'm gonna take Maddie up Sentinel Mountain, which looks over the town, and show her our new home. I've been telling her all about the giant M that's at the tippy top of the mountain. That the trail up there is long and zigzaggy. The hike will be hard, but we're gonna make it to the top. And when we do, I'm gonna tell her that the M stands for Maddie. That this whole new world is for her.
We're gonna take a group picture, and Pearl is tasked to make sure we all look fabulous. So come up here, down here. Ellen wrote this, that they have to hold too. We love Middlesex County. We'll have Joe hold in case. Thank you so much, guys. Hey, everyone's coming up. That was Ellen. See, something come up here too, so we'll line up. You can come up. Some in the top, some in here, and then, come on, come on. All right, come on. Remember,
Es viernes y el cuerpo lo sabe. You know what that means, right? Friday's a pot now. So we all know our body knows it's Friday. Come on, Friday's gonna leave. Thank you for coming. I'm staying for now. Hi. So where do you live? Oh, thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you. Great conversation. I love
I figure he's fit in.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you tall enough? Okay. So we're facing. I can't believe he's leaving now. Yeah. I knew. Like, we had to go back. Dude, you're taller than me.
Yes. I'm just.
No, you're good, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I just have to let you know that I think you're great. Thank you. Squeeze it. Like just sideways, guys, like the sides.
Everybody has to turn.
Yeah,
right
everybody.
sideways.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know what, we should
I
turn
need-
sideways.
okay.
Whatever
you want. Whatever you want.
Sideways.
Hey, Victor Witness, shout out to Victor Witness. Hi, Chrissy. I didn't go talk to you guys.
Better?
Maria, you need to be here though. Where's Philly?
I'm in here somewhere.
Okay. Okay, Maria, come back. You can also.
I'll switch with you.
You gotta come out.
I'll switch with her.
Wait.
Hold on. All right.
Well, Walter's just gonna take a picture. He said.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate
Wow, I was glad.
Joe, you know my last team.
Had a long day.
My last year was not against about the.
We haven't to.
Yeah, but I think, most is going in vacation. Like, it's so bad. That's the way. Somebody from the office can go in. She said, "What we're gonna do." I know, I sent an email, I copied all of you. Yeah, I'm out at this, I'm out. I'll let you guys handle it.
But does she have anybody in the office?
She has a partner, a law partner, and I'm sure she's got admin staff. Okay. Fine, because of this stuff, but I just want to make sure. Because she's got to file the notice of appeal. There's a couple of things that have to happen simultaneously. I don't know. Executive thoughts about it. The notice of appeal, the transcript request form, and an extract from the deposit for the transcript. So things have to happen together. That's. That's why I emailed her office. I emailed her. I don't know. We'll have to follow up again. But she and I have emailed, wait, what's going on? And I finally got the email. One of you guys can follow up. Tell the great stuff. It's not anymore. It's not just. I know. Let's talk.